All right, we are live here. Welcome. If you are watching us, that's awesome. We're group number 3, session 10, hitting the double digits, starting us off on the new session here in the fine city of Othema. That's how I like to pronounce it here. So, quick recap. Last session we had, I referred to it, session 9. We had an 8.5 before that. And so, what happened was we conquered and vanquished the dragon Ithrin, and it ended oh so quickly with massive amounts of damage, vulnerable as well as the critical, and just destroying this dragon. However, the journey was quite fun as you trek through the mountains, spoke with frost giants and interacted with them, and got to know a lot about their culture. Rewards were bountiful, even before you went on this adventure, and then after. You also got the kind of allegiance of the king, Grimar Ylfing. You know, whenever you need aid or something that you request, that the king is their support, throwing the typical frost giants being evil kind of on its head a little bit. But there was also kind of maybe some despair in the king's voice, given that now that this has happened, Nimsong, this pact that was kind of forged and created to go after the spawns of Ithrin's ancestor. Now that that's kind of completed, there's going to be contention, right? Because you're trying to gather up all these different Jarls together under one kind of hood. And so the king is just hoping that distraction through raiding, getting ready for it, obviously since they haven't done it for so long, or even just done it in kind of full force. So there's a lot of dynamic there. You all were able to get out, bringing along Timothy and Kalan on the backs of Winter Wolves as they took you across the Frosthorn Valley to the city of Othema. The city of Othema is on the edge of the Frosthorn Valley on the south side, so it kind of has almost a blend as far as the environment goes. You can see off kind of in the distances the snow itself is the actual snow layer, I should say. Further south, you can see where it ends in the mileage. In the actual city here, it does snow. It's still cold. They shovel it, they remove it. They try to do what they can to mitigate the harsh weather that's here. Fortunately, the actual city itself is kind of built into the mountainside and is protected as the mountains kind of wrap around it a little bit, which aids to the protection of the city as well. So the city of Othema, again, I'm not going to go too much into it. I'll give a brief description. The city of Othema is a very religious city. It is a kind of a pilgrimage city that was founded by a previous kingdom referred to as the Sular Kingdom. Given that there was a very strong connection to Pelor through the Sun Tree, this tree that is of pure white and has a slight glow to it. And those descendants of humans, the different people that praised and worshiped Pelor, as they spread it throughout the continent, they looked towards this tree as a symbol, as a strong connection. And those that came here felt that they were strong in that connection with Pelor as well. So there was kind of a back and forth. So this village, town was started at this holy site. Over time, through the Sular Kingdom, it grew to a city. And then when the Talthars took over, Kingdom of Arthuria, they have sustained that. Now it's become somewhat polarized. You have paladins moving here with making moderate to large size estates that they are kind of centered around on the outside of the inner wall towards the keep, which is referred to as the Falor Keep now because of Lord Thalon Falor, as he presides over the Frosthorn. As well as just a little bit of the Gorn, which constitutes the fort of Farron, so Fort Farron. So, the walls are large; they're thick. They are ready for potential siege. Right, the city is well defended as far as the guards and what the equipment that they have, as well as the surcoats. They seem to be well kept. They're definitely well armored and equipped. Given that this Sun Tree is something that is holy and very renowned to the Talthars and the Pelor people who worship Pelor, it has to be protected. And that's what you're observing as you come in. They're kind of checking traders as they make their way into the city, just making sure that there's not any sort of kind of strange business that's happening. And they're doing a decent job. Now, there is something to note. There is a fort inside of the city. It's referred to as Fort Frostbeard, and it's kind of a relic of when the town was here. The fort was constructed on kind of a higher outcropping of rock, and that fort was built there to kind of protect the town and the Sun Tree. And it's more of like a relic, but what it serves right now is kind of a station for soldiers and guards to train them. So that's kind of what the fort is designed for. It's not necessarily there to supplement any sort of actual defense. It's more just a training area at this point with walls. So now that we're coming into the city of Othema here, you've made your way into what's referred to as the Drift. The Drift is kind of a common blend of folk that wrap around the actual Sun Tree Cathedral, which sits slightly higher up with inner walls themselves. It's kind of bordered by the traders district to the north, so you have like kind of like this traders market area that's outside of the walls, about 15-20 minutes away. And it's just kind of this hodgepodge of wagons and different things that have been pitched together. And then it's bordered as well with the Merchants District, which has the Commoners Guild, as well as Rudikar and a couple other structures. And then the Crypt is kind of bordering that to the noble side, which are the Paladin Estates. So if you're kind of looking upon the map, it's not entirely noticeable as far as the districts to the city. So I will actually, real quick, just freehand, just for a little bit here. So this would be the Drift, mark with the D. This would be the Merchant. And then the rest of this that's a W, that's not an N, my bad, is Noble. So you kind of have an idea of the polarized aspect of it, right? You have more Noble District growing, you have more states being pushed out, and less room for common, and less room for businesses and things. So that's kind of what is occurring within. Gonna go ahead and remove the drawings there. Any questions at all on that? Remove them. All right, cool.
Not yet.
Negative.
All right. So you
have
have
a lot of them. I just haven't figured out what the question is yet. So.
yeah, I'm trying to make
getting
it.
there,
I'm trying to make it brief, and I'm trying to pull out information that's kind of important. That
This is also the biggest city we've been to so
yes,
far.
it's pretty large. Yeah, so it's pretty large. So you've made your way into the Drift, and on the actual map here, I have the Mountainside Tavern and the Stormy Inn. There's obviously background history. You all inquire about that. You can figure out why the rooms are actually separated, why there's two independent businesses. However, this would be where you would get a room, right? There are taverns, but they are kind of reserved for nobility, other kind of sides, and the pricey, and this is reasonable accommodations and the closest as you make your way through the front gate on the eastern side. For a new player, Javid, so you actually are going to be inside of the Mountainside Tavern currently. So you are at the bar. You have some familiarity with the tavern keeper, whose name is referred to as Brendan Trelaw. There's also a couple barmaids and servants that make around. There's one that's most notable that seems to be kind of like a second in command, named Jill Valoran. The tavern itself is quite busy. There's a lot of things moving out in and out. There's many different ovens. It seems like this is a very common ground. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it. And we can go ahead and start with Javen, if you want to do any sort of interactions before we get to the rest of the party maybe coming in or an entrance, you can.
Not right now. Currently, I think he would be resting up after a show, or particularly just preparing for one. Maybe tinkering a bit on Ishtar.
Okay, cool. All right, so you're sitting there in the bar. The mood is striking. There's definitely people that are chatting and talking. It's quite loud in there. Taking the opportunity to rest and work on. One we'll go to the rest of the party here. You all are coming down the street, the cobbled kind of rock street with the brick sidewalks here. You're seeing the 2 signs on either side. What do you?
Bed. Let's get to bed. Where are we sleeping tonight? Let's head to the inn.
Well, lead the way.
Would that be the south side?
North side. Well, the south side is the inn. The north side is the tavern. So there's there. So you're looking
Beds will be in the inn, right?
if you're looking for rooms, yeah, the inn is the south side. That's correct.
So that's what I was thinking. Let's find a place to bed first, then drinks.
So instruct Kalarn to hitch up the horses and cart here next to the stables. Give her and Timothy each their currency for the evening to get a room.
Okay.
I know they have business in the morning, but they can have one last comfortable night or whatever. They can continue on.
Cool. They go ahead
So
and
I hand them 10 gold pieces, assuming that's enough.
oh wow, that's a lot. Okay, so Timothy and Kalan, they go ahead and hitch up the horses and whatnot. They themselves, from just a conversation, they will reach to Fort Frostbeard. That's kind of where they need to go. And speaking to kind of a commander of sorts of the guard and soldiers, referred to as Wrangler Uku. So that's where they're going to hitch up the horses and the wagons and whatnot. They'll stay with you, get a room here, and then that's where they're going to head in the morning.
All right.
Sounds good. CJ opens that door, follows in.
Cool. So across the street from the Mountainside Tavern is a single-story stone and wooden structure, and it sits with a kind of a grayish clay-tiled roof. Appears to be kind of a common room that resides just past the front door here, and it serves as kind of a check-out and in area. Down the hallway to the east, there are single wooden doors that lead into rooms. So there's 2 rooms kind of over from the windows that you can observe. There are rooms over here, and then there's more rooms further down this way from the actual windows as you're kind of approaching. Now, in this common room, this check-in, check-out, you do see a figure here. This person is a small and nimble female forest gnome, reddish, unbraided, long hair. Her eyes are pale green, wears a yellow sundress with white boots. Seems to be just kind of thumbing through some sort of journal, writing things down. As soon as you open the door and enter, she kind of pops up just slightly, puts the things down. Hello!
Evening, ma'am.
Well,
Do you happen to have any rooms available for the evening?
I do have some rooms. I have some common rooms, some common bedrooms that very, very light on the accommodations. They're quite cheap. I do have some better accommodate. We do have master suites. I don't think any of them are actually rented right now, which is good if you have the coin. And we have some moderate rooms, as I call them, and they do have their own bathrooms and slightly bigger bed.
That does sound nice. A little bit
How
away
much
from the
for each?
table. Go ahead.
What was that?
How much are each?
Well, yeah, so the regular rooms, it's gonna take you about 5 silver pieces a day. Again, it's just a twin bed. There's a chest in there, and they have the common bathroom over there. She points down the actual over the shoulder, right shoulder, points towards that door. It's like right back there. I don't know if you have line of sight of that. I think CJ does, and you, Kane. So that door kind of over the right shoulder, it's right here, is actually the common bathroom. So that's what she's mentioning, is that these rooms don't have their own bathrooms or anything. So 5 silver pieces for that. The moderate rooms that are just down the hallway to my right there, to the east, the 2 doors all the way at the ends on the left and right, those are the moderate rooms. They have their own bathrooms, queen mattress, and nice sheets. Those will be a gold piece a day. And then our master suites, they have their own tubs. I'll have fetch water for you as well, heated up if you need it. They have their own fireplace in there. Those are 10 gold pieces a day.
You're muted, bud.
Sorry. Hey, Kane, do you mind if I pick this up? You've been so good to us and party, covering all that stuff.
I don't mind at
how
all.
many-
Go for it.
How many of the master rooms you have available? I think we'd need... Is it one bed or multiple beds in the
Well,
master?
the master suites is just one bed a room. I only have 2 of them here.
All right. We'll sort that out.
I'm sure you can all
We
bunk together if you need to, but
What, currently 6 beds. You have 4 of the regular rooms?
yes, I mean just the regular common rooms, twin mattress and whatnot. I think I have 4 of them available.
All right, I think we can do this. Everyone want to? Let's step back to the door, kind of shout out to everyone out there, people out there. Yeah. You guys want a room? Sage.
Put down 5 gold pieces for a moderate room.
I'll kind of stop Kyler for a second. I'm like, oh, CJ said she's paying.
Take advantage. You know I am stingy with my coin, but it's been a long trip.
I'm good.
No,
I've got
I-
enough. Thank you, though.
We all have enough. We're in the economy.
I wouldn't mind bunking with you in a master suite.
Sounds good. Let's get a couple of get the 2 masters and then as many of the better as we need 4, I think.
Oh, all right, this is quite exciting here. There, let me
We're here
write
for
down in my ledger and here's gold. Here's the 2 keys for the master suites. Just down the hallway to the west, there'll be 2 doors on the left and right. These keys will lead you to there, and then 2 keys for the moderate rooms. So it's 4 rooms in total right now. Anything else?
I asked around, like, are we here for a while? We can sort it out tomorrow.
We'll probably find out more tomorrow if we're here
Yes.
for a while or here for the days.
All right. Well,
All right. So just for the night, but we'll be back to sort out tomorrow nights.
well, I won't take away your rooms or anything like that. But I do come in and clean them and everything. My name is Strella Forgorn, by the way. I have the pleasure here. What is your names?
Tony?
I'm CJ. How you doing? Strella.
Ika.
Nice to meet you all. You're all quite a very interesting bunch here coming in. Normally we have just kind of some commoners and things coming to make pilgrimage to the Sun Tree. This is quite ecstatic here. So here's the keys. The rooms. Maybe I'll show you. She kind of moves, snakes her way down the hallway, begins to kind of point down the eastern hallway there, points towards the far doors, all the way at the end of the hallway, the door on the left and the right. Those are the moderate ones. Keys there. And
All the way down?
yes, all the way down.
Okay. Sweet.
Nice.
Is there anything I can get you? I'm good friends with the tavern keeper across the way, mountainside. If, generally I can fetch breakfast and other things, drinks and whatnot. If that's something you all desire.
I think we'll head over there for a drink now, but keep that in mind. Thank you
Alright.
so much.
No problem. Can I just get signature? I don't need a signature from the whole lot. It seems like you're all kind of a party here, but maybe just one signature.
CJ's good with that, and I'll walk out the door before.
I signed the ledger in a lovely flowing script, almost elven-like.
Oh, wow, that's quite a great handwriting you have there.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Grew up in a library.
Wow, that's very interesting. I grew up in a small gnomish village.
Huzzah for the non-humans.
Hmm.
Where are the? Is this the other door?
Yes, through that door there's a short hallway there,
All right.
and then you'll see the door on the left and the right. Those are the masters.
All right. We could probably sort out the rooms over at the end, so I will just check them out.
All right.
Ooh, lovely. Fit for a duke. All right.
So let's go in and seal everything inside of it.
Yeah, I'll drop off my stuff probably.
Take everything. Leave nothing to chance.
I'm gonna
Hey,
turn
can-
to... Yeah, go ahead.
You don't want this hammer?
I'll
What
lock
are
the
you
door
talking
behind me and
I
head
don't
to the
want
end.
this. I don't want this hammer, man. Can you take it off my hand?
Why don't you go bet somebody in the tavern for something and then let them win it from you? Something you know you're going to lose.
That's fair, yeah.
Door straight across the.
Yeah, straight across.
Boom.
Are there any holes from it being burnt down recently?
No.
Beat down or built.
So, a single-story tavern found within the Drift. It is the kind of the only tavern that is accessible to everyone, no matter their lineage or whatnot. So, Brendan Trelaw has owned and operated the tavern for about 20 years. Purchased the establishment with coin earned as a relic merchant in Balder. It was once named the Stonework Tavern. However, he changed it after purchasing it from the Commoners Guild. Family Trelaw were kind of a common known family as servants to a noble family. However, obviously, Brendan has broken that tradition, set off on his own as a tavern keeper. So you see that most of these tables are filled. People are enjoying food as it is that kind of time in the day. People are cheering, having fun. The vibe in here is not like a chaotic, we're throwing everything to the whim. But it definitely seems like people are getting quite loose here. Like tongues are just flapping everywhere. People are yelling. They're just kind of, some people are arm wrestling with each other. People are coming in and out of the door. You see Brendan Trelaw, which is this particular top-down token, is just like running back and forth, right, with different drinks, different things. There's other servants making their way around the area here. You see some of the longer tables are unoccupied. Obviously, those are for kind of bigger parties, and that's not what you're seeing here. But there is one particular table that is occupied by two figures, both of which are kind of whispering to each other in kind of secret as they're kind of hush whispers and stuff. They have food down, pitcher, different drink and stuff that they're having at the actual table. And they're the only other ones that are occupying these longer party tables.
Okay.
Trying to get over to the bar. I'm having. I might need a refresher. Assume I'm at the bar.
All right, you're
You have
at the
any
bar.
fruit juice? Any fruit juice? I'm able to move now.
As you kind of approach the bar, you see Brendan is just collecting different breads, putting them in baskets potentially to go around and deliver. Turns around, snaps towards you. What'd you say?
Do you have any fruit juice?
Fruit juice.
Yes, juice of a fruit.
You mean wine?
Yeah, that'd work.
All right, wine. Sounds good. All right, what kind of vintage are you looking for? Stuff down like far south? You looking towards like, Eastmar? What are we looking at?
What would you recommend?
I mean, stirs
I-
you top to bottom. You probably
Something
want
sweet. Fruit.
something sweet. Far
Fruity.
south. Gnomes make it
All right.
quite great. Grabs a bottle from underneath. You see that it's been corked for how long? You're not sure. Slaps down a metallic cup of some kind and begins to slosh it, filling it almost to the brim of a pint glass. Pushes out towards you. 2 silver pieces.
All right, toss him a gold piece.
All right. Whoa, gold. Looking to get some food?
Yeah, if you got some. You got any those breads that's kind of shaped like a pretzel?
Pretzel. What is that? No, I got some different kind of breads. I'll find something. What you're saying. I got a couple hogs I've been roasting. a couple glazes, some potatoes, stew type things. We have a full running kitchen here. We make sure we have different variety of foods and things. So
Well, we may be here for a while, so yeah, let's start with a platter of meat and bread.
Glazed
That'd be great.
hog sounds wonderful, actually.
All right. Wait, what'd you say? What is this? What are you? Just looks towards you, Aika. What?
Your pet just talk.
I've never seen such a thing.
We're not common people. Don't worry, I've never seen one of my kind either.
All right then. You want a whole hog? Is that what you just said?
Oh no, just some would be nice. I'm just saying.
Some of the hog.
Yes.
Okay.
However much you think is suitable.
All right. Well, I mean,
I'll
I've been
take-
looking
I'll
at you.
take
You're
whatever's
huge.
left of me.
I feel like you eat half a hog just yourself.
I probably could.
Look, stretch that gold piece to make it 4 more, 5 total. I'll feed the lot of you, get you drinks. Sounds
This
good.
guy's a terrible barkeep.
He could have pushed easily 10.
I will give a description of Brendan Schuller, by the way. A large and tall human male. He actually stands 6'5". He has black, short, wavy hair and a slight stubble. His eyes are bluish green and kind of sad looking. He wears a brown leather vest over a long green tucked cloth shirt, brown trousers with a brown belt. Has kind of this heirloom buckle that resembles that of a broom being pushed. Black leather boots adorn his feet. So 4 more, 5
Quick.
gold total. Yeah, sounds good. Cool. Look, I got a lot of customers here, so is this a deal or not?
Oh yeah, we sent our least charismatic people to go bargain, didn't
Absolutely, it is.
All right, sounds good. I'm gonna get Jill. Jill begins to yell, moves into the kitchen, yelling for Jill. You notice as you come to the bar, you see a very particular individual that stands out amongst the rest of the crowd. Would you like to describe your character?
Yeah. I'm Vishara, but as he will be known to the greater public, the maestro is sitting next to his puppet in very flamboyant entertainer's gear, long flowing robes, kind of colorful to grab attention, and you see him quietly working on and muttering to himself in a language that you probably do not understand, almost like he's having a conversation with the puppet as he works on it. His face is covered in a mask, though, as you cannot see anything behind it but the visage of dark brown eyes.
What's the puppet look like? Also long flowing robes, or
No, kind of looks. This is disparity between the two. Where he looks like your typical entertainer, he looks like the puppet, or she, as he will refer to her, looks like it belongs somewhere on a battlefield, like it shouldn't be here.
It's a good way to describe it. So as you see, obviously this person, it stands out amongst the rest of the crowd. It's definitely noticeable in that. You notice as Brendan, as soon as he left, a couple minutes pass by, he's coming through, almost pulling this female through here. So this is a small, petite human, stands just shy of 5'2", long brown hair that has been braided into a single ponytail that goes down the length of her back. Her eyes are bluish green, and she has a pale complexion. You guess her age, right around 19 years. You see they're kind of like, Brendan's almost like pulling her. He's like, I told you, we got it's dinner, sir. What are you doing out there? And she almost seems to be adjusting like articles of clothing as well as hair. And as they're having this conversation, a very interesting person walks in through the front door. I'm gonna give a description of this person here. So you have that. Scroll. So a large and stout male human, stands about 6'3", has a kind of a somewhat of a dark complexion, maybe just a tan, right? So it's kind of a contrast towards like the paleness of a lot of individuals here, given the lack of sunlight. blue eyes, raven black, wavy hair that is somewhat long, wearing a red tunic with dark green trousers and black boots. As soon as he comes in, definitely protruding almost confidence and like a bravado. As he comes in, he's kind of just like strutting forward, and he's adjusting the vest as well as like pulling the hair back as it's been ruffled many different times. Shakes his head a couple of times and then begins to make way for that actual long table that you saw those individuals at. He sits down. As he does, he kind of like sits back like this and grabs a pitcher, pours himself wine, and begins to like drink it as they begin to have a conversation between all three of them.
Do I get my half a hog or whatever he's giving me?
As Jill makes way, a couple minutes pass by, right? They're preparing, platters are served down. You have the entire like half backside of a hog. It's just slapped down. Different sorts of potatoes, root vegetables, apples. This glaze is just like coated over it. It's laid down kind of a metallic platter of some kind, and then multiple dishes and silverware are laid out for you.
Sweet. I'm gonna take all of it and take it to our table over here.
As you take it to your table in moments, Jill comes by, this small petite person, quite young, setting down different pitchers and things as they're juggling it on tray. Begins to set it down, pouring ale. You know that it smells decent. It's not horrible. She kind of looks towards all of you. Is there any sort of drinks else that you'd like besides ale?
Just water is fine.
Water? All right, I'll be back with a pitcher of water.
Do you have bourbon?
Bourbon?
That's my man.
I can find something like that. Yes.
For whoever wants one, bourbon.
I'll bring over a bottle. I think that's worth what Brendan was saying you've paid for. So.
He's very good at math.
Yeah. Brendan.
Far reaches of Appalachia.
You know, he comes from a servant family. He's quite young in that family, though. I believe he's the 13th child, youngest.
Wow.
That's more information than we need, but
Fascinating. And walk
kind
away.
of pass her over 5 gold pieces and be like, "Well, you've been very helpful. Who are those fellows over there?" Kind of gesture to the table behind us.
She looks over. Those two, they're with the Commoners Guild. That's Freemar, and that's Kristoff. Freemar's the top, Kristoff's the bottom. And I believe they're talking with Crispa. He is actually the head gravedigger. He runs the crypt. Yes, go ahead and roll insight for me.
Sure.
Nah.
She seems very flustered. In addition to that, she is blushing right now, dramatically. I'll be back with the bourbon and water.
Did
Anything
she start
else?
blushing after I gesture to them, or
As soon as you gesture to them, yes.
okay, I'll let it go.
I'll be back.
She hopping counters and everything.
I'm totally interested in this puppet dude. You guys mind if invite him over? Share some of our food? Love to see what his deal is.
Always down for a show.
Stories
Well, I
to
was
hear.
gonna go say-
Sure.
Go talk.
I mean, I guess. It's not.
Hey, guys, shut up and eat your hog.
I do. I'm gonna start digging into that shit.
There's a whole hog in front of Aka, and the rest of us have no food.
No, I set it down in the middle, to be fair. Because there was multiple plates and silverware.
Why do you think I
So,
left?
so Kane,
I
this
knew
is
you were
very,
gonna eat that hog.
this is very intentional. You're seeing this disorganized chaos, right? So you're seeing I could get half a pig, but no one else gets food. You're seeing just ale, drink requests now finally, right? So you're seeing almost like this disorganized chaos about, right? So that's very signature of this place.
So it's kind of like a dive bar situation.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. So Kyler, you approach the bar counter. You see Brudney's just making way out of the kitchen, carrying a tray, sets it down on the counter. Oh, hey, what do you need?
Yeah, I don't trust the cat thing to not eat that whole hog.
Oh.
Get some like bread.
Well, you're supposed to get a whole hog. I was gonna do half and half. I can get you half your hog if you like.
No,
the front half.
Yeah, I think we'll need it, to be honest.
I don't think it went to table 4. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second, all right? 1 second. Cool?
But yeah.
All right, all right.
Damn.
Steps away. Hears different clattering of pots and pans in the back of the kitchen. Comes out with a platter similar to Ika without any of the accoutrement. Sets it down. All right, have your hog.
Thanks.
And then Jill said something about drinks. Yeah, no problem. We'll get that out to you soon.
All right. You
All
can
right.
go now.
You want me to go?
Yeah.
This is my bar.
Yeah, go help other people. Damn.
No, I mean, all right.
He doesn't know who he's talking to.
Just like looks
God,
around
that
for
guy
like
talks a lot.
looks around for a brief moment and then approaches you. Sure. So he approaches you, kind of is like almost like flustered, and he's like backing up, and then he turns and looks. He goes, "Did you need anything? You all right?"
Think you muted.
I'm fine. Just working on the puppet, preparing for a show later this evening, if that's fine with you.
I mean, all right. That sounds great. Show. Are you doing it here?
I mean, I would love to, so long as you're fine with a little bit of flair here and there.
I think it's totally fine. Just don't burn the place down. I'll give you some coin. What'd you eat tonight?
I'm not particularly hungry. I don't have anything that strikes the mood for me right now.
Okay, cool. Well, free charge. I could always pay you, I guess. I don't know. Seems like something I'd pay somebody for.
Well, of course. I would never do such my acts for free. It's just a modest amount of coin, whatever you think the show is worth, but I think you might find it quite entertaining.
All right. Well, I mean, 15 gold pieces sound good?
Sounds good to me.
All right. I'll pay you after the show. You can do whatever. You make announcements and whatnot. Jill kind of runs back to the kitchen. Disappears outside.
Is there a restroom or anything nearby?
The restroom is actually in the center.
Okay.
Sure, that
I'm
sounds
gonna
great.
go into it, and if it's relatively private, nobody's around, I'm gonna activate the ring of invisibility.
Okay.
And then I will come back
You're
out.
not paralyzed, sir. Wrong one.
You just hear a thud in the bathroom. What the
And I
hell
just
is
want to
happening?
casually, invisibly kind of walk over here
Okay.
and hear what I hear.
So as you see him at the table, you notice Kristoff is kind of leaned back in the chair still, is drinking and just enjoying himself with whatever food is laid out. Different slices of pig, different sorts of vegetables, things that are just laid out, similar to what you're kind of eating in less of fashion, more organized. You notice that Fremar is eloquent in speech. You notice right off the bat, as soon as you approach it, Fremar, he appears to be this older human. He's wearing a very particular kind of robe. It resembles that of a magistrate, but not. It's like lesser than that. I'll give a description of both of them here so you have an idea. So Fremar is a small, thin, older human male, short brown hair and bluish green eyes with a pale complexion. He wears a beautiful dark maroon robe that's over a white tunic and black trousers with black shoes. Now, Crispa is a sturdy male mountain dwarf with brown hair that goes into twin braids to neck length. A bushy brown beard drops down to mid-chest, black eyes, and a pale complexion. Wears a piece of brown leather armor and bracers. White cloth tunic underneath. It seems to be rather muddied, dirty. He also has a brown belt holding up brown leather trousers, and they fit into matching boots. The conversation right now is really directed by Fremar, right? He seems to be talking about duties of the Commoners Guild, specifically something to do with a individual referred to as Randall Gurn that has gone missing. as you're invisible, kind of hunker down, having the conversation that they're having. It goes into Randall Gurn being a some sort of nobility, a lesser nobility of sorts, has just moved here and seems to be gone missing. They purchased different things from the Commoners Guild for property, right? So the Commoners Guild, what you're getting here is that what should be handled by the keep and different things has actually been partitioned off to the Commoners Guild. So it's grown to be somewhat larger, which could be just from the historical or how the actual city became. That's what you're getting right now from the conversation. Crispa seems to be somewhat quiet, more of just like an addition to the table that's just kind of there to drink and eat. As they're kind of conversing, a very familiar face come over. It's Jill begins to kind of refill drinks and whatnot. And as Freemar kind of looks over to Crispa and they begin to have a conversation, she moves down to Kristoff and kind of dangles herself over. Go ahead and roll perception.
I have a passive of 18. I don't know if that is any use, but we'll go.
I'm just curious to see. I mean, obviously you're visible, you're looking at it, but I want to see just how much details you're observing. Seems to be
some. The 4 off of it, so it's actually 27.
27. So you see, there's some sort of amulet that comes out of the dress and begins to dangle. This amulet seems to be very strange indeed. Has different runes and symbols upon it, with kind of this bluish crystal at its center. It's silver as far as the metal. They're whispering to each other. Conversation seems directed towards what had just occurred outside, as he begins to mention tonight, Commoners Guild. Get out of your dad's house. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just get out of your dad's house. It'll be okay. Are you sure? Are you sure? Yeah. Come to the Commoners Guild. I'll meet you there. Say midnight. Sounds good. That's the conversation that happens. Jill begins to make way, drops over your all drinks here at the table. There's a bottle of bourbon, a little bit dusty. Don't know where it comes from. The label suggests that it was distilled from somebody in Ismar, in the town of Takthar. Water is provided, in addition to that, bread, additional, other sorts of things. The Jill makes way back for the kitchen.
Head back into the bathroom, deactivate the ring, come back out like I just used the bathroom, and rejoin my comrades.
Okay.
And if anybody else doesn't do anything at this point, Vishara would prepare and announce that he's going to be doing his, performing an act for the cavern, if he could have the attention of the patrons.
All right. So as you stand up on the bar counter, or you just stand up from the actual stool there?
Stool, not the bar counter. I don't think I'd be that disrespectful. It would be high enough to get me, since we're already elevated, to get the attention of the patrons.
So they kind of turn and look over, some of which are, get on with it already! What are you doing? Go ahead and roll performance.
Okay. Oh, I rolled for Ishtar too. I don't know why.
It's okay.
Oh, I have both. That's 16.
16?
Yeah.
So 16, as far as the performance check, so you begin to do your act. What exactly is your act here?
I begin waving my hands in kind of a distracting manner, like plucking strings invisibly to and fro, as suddenly Ishtar comes to life and becomes doing maneuvers meant for combat, but in a airy, flowy way, artistic, not really meant to be hurting anybody, but you could still tell them the maneuvers are meant for battle.
So the performance is still a performance, but you see more battle maneuvers, things that you relate towards combat, less towards a bard trope or something along those lines. Some of these people are beginning to turn and look and be like, "Wow, what is that? That's crazy." Of note is the actual two figures of Freemar and Kristoff. They actually make way kind of around the north side of the bathrooms. Crispa still sits at the table and just funneling food into the mouth. They both walk over to the north side of the bathroom, are whispering something to each other, and continue to stare at the performance. How long is your performance?
As long as I have the people's attention, I'm just gonna have like Ishtar battling an invisible foe, going back and forth, you know, horribly at odds with them, seemingly almost defeated, but springs back up to do a nice little flourish and a finishing blow, and then I will both have us take a bow.
So as you finish your performance, you see many of the different people here begin to kind of clap and whatnot, some of which actually take a couple silver pieces and just try to chuck it at you. In total, actually, it seems to be about roughly 37 silver pieces are just kind of chucked to you from the crowd. After you conclude, you see Brendan kind of begin to mention over and slap down a small purse. Wow, that was great. Yeah. I mean, the crowd loved it. It was great.
I'll also toss 5 gold pieces down.
Okay, 37 silver and 5 gold. Well, actually, 15 from him, so 20 gold. Okay.
As you finish your performance, the two figures of Fremar and Kristoff begin to make way back for the table as they sit down to finish their meal.
Thank you. I believe I've introduced myself to you before, but I am the maestro, and this is Ishtar, my companion, my puppet, as you will. We dance at our own tune, make our own music.
Sweet.
So,
There you go.
as far as the table goes of Fremar and Kristoff, you notice that Crispa has finished the meal, just completely devoured whatever it is he was eating, and he begins to kind of wobble as he seems to be quite drunk, tossing himself back and forth, and leaves outside of the tavern.
Oh, the present seemed interesting enough. Do you think we ought to invite him over for a drink?
I want Ika out of my chair.
I point to the 4 empty chairs.
Yeah, but that's where I was sitting.
Kind of lean over and whisper into Ika's ear. Would you mind entertaining the boy?
I'll roll my eyes, get up from my chair, and walk like 5 feet to the other chair.
Now I sit back at my plate of food and drink.
Can I look over at CJ and kind of like give her the nod if she wanted to invite that person over?
Yeah, it sounds good. I'm unable to move though. CJ looks frozen.
Unable to move, CJ's moving.
There we go. Hey, that was a great. Did I get your name right there? Was that Vishari? Vishara?
So, for the character, they're not actually using their name. For the general public, they're known as the Maestro or just Maestro.
I will respect your title and say, "Hey, Maestro." That was a great performance. It was pretty interesting. You looking for some folks to drink with? We could probably pull up an extra chair. I think we got enough.
Alright, my show went pretty well. I have no adversity to drinking with such interesting folk as yourself. I kind of noticed in the side of my eye as your rather large party entered this establishment.
We have many tall people as well.
Yes, noted.
Yeah, so invite you back. I'll move to the center seat. You can have the outside seat if you want.
Yep.
We have food and drink. You want anything? Have at it. It's all paid for. What was that performance you're doing? What do you call it? Is there a name for that art?
My art. I call it puppeteering, the act of attaching strings to an object or creature, depending on your proficiency with the art, and to make it move as you wish. A puppet on his strings.
Wow. Pretty interesting. Where are you headed? Do you know? Are you wandering?
Currently, this city of Athema is where I am going to be, as I've tried my hand at establishing myself in a few other places, namely Eothen and Balder, but I could not establish quite a foothold for myself in those places, so I decided to try my luck here.
Maybe you can show us around. We just got in town tonight. I'll start drinking.
Alright, how rude of us not to introduce ourselves. We're the reconsiders. Crack. Reconsiders again. Dragon Slayers.
Nailed the landing.
Dragon Slayers, you say?
Oh yeah, see the sword on his back? Points to Kyler.
He is super lucky. Amazing
Super.
fighter.
Lucky is one word for it.
You guys are just rude. How about that? Words hurt.
That
All right,
sounds
so
fantastic.
my name's Kane. I'm sure everybody else will introduce themselves one at a time because they have normal social graces. What was your name again?
I am the Maestro, or just Maestro for short.
All right, can work with that. And I kind of like nod towards my allies to kind of like be sociable and introduce themselves.
Kyler.
Like, and he just kind of nods, and then continues eating about half a hog.
Drinking the bourbon.
My name's Ferox. Pleasure to meet you.
My name was CJ, if I didn't introduce before.
Well, it is nice to meet you all. You were very interested in this separate group of people.
No, we've been told that. I still don't understand quite fully.
Well, it is not often one sees so many different people gathered for any singular objective other than, may say, war.
Who's to
Yes.
say we're not at war?
Our fortunes have been almost a roll of the dice.
Much so.
I quite
Yeah.
understand that. So has mine. At first, when I began my art, I wasn't able to produce much coin or be able to work so much on my artwork. But I lucked upon a certain individual. They took me under their wing, and I began traveling with them till I reached this point today. I've been able to gather more coin and improve my art and my puppet, as you can see, but I've not been able to progress in some time. That's why I came here.
You know what your show needs? You need some music. I happen to play the drum with some bardic skills of my own. Seems like it would work very well with your act. You could have the beat of the drum as you do your puppeteering. Interesting idea.
And if you like, I could give Ishtar their a real opponent.
What do you mean by
That would bring in more coin,
Well,
and
we'll
then
see
it'll give me a chance to improve my skills physically with Ishtar to have them spar with.
Nice. Everyone likes a fight.
Yes.
Everyone here, at least.
Yeah, that's true.
CJ's getting a little tipsy with her.
But
What do you know
Maestro,
about-
where'd you come from?
I hail from a land across the sea.
Oh, you don't say so.
Balthus.
So do I.
Yes, I hail from Balthus.
Never heard of it.
Rox nods like she has heard of it, but doesn't actually.
I mean, the maestro does not go further into it. It's like, I will hail from this land, but doesn't really give any detail unless it's further prodded upon.
I respect that.
Is that where you
So-
learned to make puppets like that?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Did you make the puppet?
Yes, it's.
Cool.
Yes, I did. I did not necessarily learn in that land how they made the puppet, but that's where I made the puppet.
Hmm.
The art itself is kind of something of my own speciality.
Self-taught then.
Yes.
I'm gonna cast Eyes of the Grave and just casually observe around the tavern to see if there's any undead, just off chance, crowd of people.
You don't particularly sense any undead in the vicinity here. You also notice that there's something about the particular city that is imbuing your magic, potentially making the range farther. This whatever it is, again, you have been here, Can, so I'm trying to make it a little bit, retroactive. So this is kind of an effect that many of the people who worship Palor is just in general, a deity, divine magic that's able to kind of influence or improve the magic. As you are casting Eyes of the Grave, outside the actual window, you see the dwarf Crespo, who's like kind of stumbling, covered in somewhat of vomit from profusely drinking, and definitely a marching of what you imagine guard begins to come down. Looks like 4 of them, dressed in the surcoat of Floor, wielding halberds and an actual full plate, as they are kind of making their way down the street as they're just kind of doing a patrol of sorts. Crispus just like looks out towards them. One of the guards kind of begins to speak. Crispa, again, really? Oh my gosh! They grab him by like the back. Oh, come on! I was just trying to have some fun. Do you blame me? No, don't take me. No. They begin to continue to march him down to wherever it is. You're not entirely sure.
Uh-oh.
Teleparty that.
Interesting.
Also, kind of like lean in and like gesture to the fellows behind. And go. Seems to be something interesting happening tonight at the Commoners Guild. I don't know what, but I'm not sure if be worth a look.
Maybe. Maestro, how long have you been here?
Not long. I've just been into the city myself, maybe a fortnight.
You know anything about this Lord Fallon Valor guy?
You mean the innkeep? The barkeep.
No.
So they're referencing Lord Thound Falor, which is the lord that presides in the keep, Falor Keep, which is in the city, and presides over the Frosthorn, which is kind of the Arctic tundra area to the north of here, as well as part of the Gorn that consists of Fort Farron. I'll actually, given your backstory, go ahead and roll this. I think a flat intelligence check.
Okay. Give me a second, because I have to make sure I target me instead of intelligence check flat.
Yeah. 19. So you know Lord Thound Falor. obviously in passing, people talking about it, you're understanding information. Lord Thalanflor is a Palor worshipping paladin that comes from a noble family and actually has ties in with the Talthars as far as his sister goes. And you know that Lord Thalanflor is a quick, decisive, and very powerful person.
Okay. I sit back and ponder this for a second, and then I relay this information to them. This is all that I've heard about said individual, but I personally do not know him, nor have I laid eyes upon them.
Gotcha. I'm gonna look at the rest of the table. Are we still gonna talk to that guy?
Pardon me, but the way you speak is though you have an audience with said individual or some type of appointment with them.
Informal. Yeah.
Interesting. I had taken your dragon slaying as a jest, but if you have such connections, maybe I should rethink that.
We don't jest about things like that. No, sir.
I mean,
Although
we
it
do,
does
but
sound-
at this particular moment, we're not.
It really does sound like we are.
As you're having your
Yeah, drinking bourbon.
conversation, somewhat again, the loudness of this is kind of daunting. You notice that Kristoff begins to grab a pitcher of something, begins to slosh it over, and begins to kind of step over towards you all. Wow! Look at all of you! Jeez. Did I ever hear dragon slang?
I guess you
Maybe.
did.
Well, dragon slayers, if you all are, then you deserve some drink. Not this cheap bourbon or whatever it is that Brendan got you. What do you all like?
Cheap bourbon.
Cheap bourbon? Really?
Fruit juice.
I mean, is there better bourbon that you can get me?
Look, back when this place was, stonework before Brendan bought it, it's not like that stash everyone away. I can get you some good stuff. Dragon slayers, anyways.
Okay,
You'd be
sure.
willing to do this out of the kindness of your heart, huh?
Kindness of my heart? I mean, sure, why not?
Does he seem like he has some type of ulterior motive?
Roll insight.
I was gonna roll inside, so I'll aid him up. Can I aid?
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll an advantage.
You do it. I think you're better.
I think I am too.
Oops.
Seems to be no other alternative. Seems to be genuine.
Well,
I-
never turn down a drink.
Fantastic. Well,
Are you gonna? How are you gonna get it?
well, I'm going to step away real quick. We go over to Brendan. Do little favors. I'll be right back. Sounds good?
Sounds good.
All right, I'll see you all a little bit later.
Sounds shady as fuck, but sure.
Strides
Why
to
are
the
the
bar.
people so weird here? They just all sit there and look at you for like 3 minutes.
I don't
These
know. It's like
people
they're expecting you
are
to say
odd.
something.
I just.
You see as the conversation between Brendan begins to happen, you notice that Kristoff is kind of throwing his hands up a little bit, right? The loudness you're not unable to hear with passive, right? Just because the loudness of the actual tavern. This range begins to kind of throw his hands up, shake, and Brendan just shakes the head and disappears in the kitchen somewhere. 4 minutes pass by. Comes out with this very interesting silver sort of wine bottle with a cork, some sort of inscriptions upon it, sets it down. As Kristoff gives it a thumbs up, grabs the bottle, and just begins to walk over to you all. I knew it. Slaps it down. You'll like this.
Thank
Didn't
you.
seem like he was too keen on giving that up to you.
Well, I mean, Brendan isn't exactly the best negotiator. I don't know if you've ever caught on. Uncorks it. Scotch like this, aged 24 years. Flicks the cork. Fantastic. Hard to get this far up north. Begins to grab your cups. If they're empty, he just pours them onto the ground. Begins to fill in the scotch. Doesn't even say anything if you want it or not. Just pour all of it. Slaps the bottle down. Takes a chair from the nearby table. Puts the chair down. Sits on it. Grabs his own cup and fills it. Begins to drink.
By all means, sit down.
Oh.
Oh, I don't mean to intrude. I just want to hear this tale. I mean, dragon slaying. This sounds
No,
insane.
we do mean to intrude.
I suppose so,
said
then.
sarcasm is strong in this one.
This is
Listen, I just want to get to know you. Dragon Slayers. I mean, this is something this city has never had before, I imagine. Tell me the story.
Well, it all happened with our hero, I don't know if you heard of him, Timothy. He led us into this fight bravely. Unfortunately, he lost his life in the fight, sacrificing it, but it made a vulnerability where the rest of us could finish off the dragon. To Timothy. There's my glass.
To Timothy, yeah. So Timothy, this brave hero, where did he hail from?
Nobody knows. He just came out of the wind one day.
Came out of the wind, as all heroes do, I suppose. So how did this great beast go down?
Well, I'll leave that to my pal Aka. Can tell you the rest.
Oh, God. Well, after Timothy sacrificed his life for us, of course, our pal Kyler over here struck it down with one swing of his mighty sword, and I gestured to like the Bane of Barry-Thune on his back, and that was that.
Yeah.
Looks at the sword intently for several seconds. Interesting. Where did you find a weapon like that?
What is it? Family heirloom?
Family heirloom. Wow, you must come from some family.
Mm-hmm.
Takes down the scotch, all in one gulp, sets it down, begins to pour more into this pint glass. Metal. Sloshes around for a brief moment. So this dragon, what was it called? What was it?
You guys have a lot of questions.
I'm just
What do you wanna
curious. I mean, you all seem very particular individuals. I mean, look at the folk around here. I mean, look at this thing. Looks at the puppet. I mean, yeah. Be quite. I mean, I should introduce myself. I obviously I've intruded. I feel kind of rude at the present moment. Let me just go ahead and introduce myself. Give you, something to work off of. I am Christoph Cormier. I am actually second kind of in command at the Commoners Guild, if you will. I'm not going to give the title out because that doesn't make any sense. That is actually the head of the Commoners Guild over there. That's Freemar Valorant. Sure you've met his daughter, Jill. She's kind of a fine barmaid around here, anyways.
What's Freemar's face at this moment? Is he like embarrassed? Is he just like trying to ignore this, or?
Stone faced.
So Freemar, at a glance, looks like he is rather peeved at the moment. Kind of like, let's get on.
He's just making that face.
Let's get on with it, is the face you're getting.
He's doing the Ica face.
Christoph Kor, I mean, I don't know if that name means anything. I don't think it does. I mean, to be honest with you, I come from far south. I'm not sure if you've ever been around
Where?
there. I was born and raised in Chandronar.
No, I'm not from there.
You volunteer a lot of information that we don't ask for, so.
Well, I'm just trying to get to know you. I want to be, I feel like that's reasonable. You shared a lot of information with me. I should share information with you, right?
Yeah, that's fair. It hasn't been an easy couple weeks, so.
Hasn't been easy a couple weeks. Why is that?
Yeah, see, I knew you were gonna ask that.
Had to slay a dragon.
A dragon?
We
Yeah, I
went to
figured.
a tavern to draw
I thought that
ourselves
might
a
have been.
beef, and some guy came and asked us a bunch of questions.
Oh,
I figured the dragon thing was a little self-explanatory, but
all right. Well, I see.
As a token of trust, we've let you know some of our greatest feats. How about you let us know what your greatest feat has been?
Ha! Oh, my greatest feat was signing over some property to a noble just the other day. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really have quite a lot. I can see when my presence has been, overstepped. I don't mean to step over any sort of line with you all. I'm gonna go. You enjoy the scotch. It's your bottle. It's been paid for. I'm gonna get going. I'll take Fremar out of here. I think he's had a little bit too much anyways. And you all have a good night, all right?
Thanks.
Take the glass, look at him,
You too.
and say, self-awareness is a beautiful thing.
Jesus.
Looks towards you and just points the finger. Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed. Grabs Fremar by the hand, kind of picks him up just slightly, and they begin to walk out of the tavern.
Oh, so there's a party. Oh, sorry, were you guys trying to make friends with him?
No.
He's a douche.
Yeah, he's got a dick.
I'm gonna look over to Maestro. Do you know if everyone in this place is like that?
Not to my experience, no. But to be honest, I'm an entertainer. My experience with working with people is being the center of attention and, making coin. Normally, I don't have to deal with unruly individuals, and if I have to, well, let's just say Ishtar is more than capable of dealing with a ruffian or two.
Good to know.
Maestro wears a mask, right?
Yes.
If you're an entertainer, why exactly do you feel the need to hide your face?
Well, it's very simple. And a allure of mystery draws even more customers in. They want to know what hides behind the mask. They want to know what's behind the maestro, who the maestro truly is. And they will do many a thing just to get to know me more.
I see.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of those Fox shows that they advertise like crazy.
So Maester is the Max singer.
Yeah.
I don't know, I just see advertisements for us.
Oh, okay.
I just
Does
want to
your-
real quick check in with the barkeep and make sure that was actually paid for.
You go up to the barkeep.
Yeah.
Seems to be
Keep
just like
drinking it.
kind of scrubbing the bar very vigorously here. Just looks up. Oh, is everything okay? Nothing's wrong?
Everything's great, friend.
Oh,
Lovely service here.
Oh, cool.
Just wanted to make sure that scotch was actually paid for. He said it was, but he also seemed like a big douche. So,
Gustav Gormir? Ah, he's the greatest. I mean, he helped me a number of things. Anyways, no, that is paid for. That is paid for. I didn't even know that was even down there, to be honest with you. Apparently he knew. I don't know. It's kind of strange. I mean, he's only been here for like 2 years in the city. Anyways, but it's been paid for. You don't have to worry about it. It's all good, all right?
is he like on the up and up?
You enjoy it. What's that?
Does he actually seem like it was paid for, or was it is like he's just trying to cover? Or?
Yeah, he seems like it's paid for.
All right. And I kind of walk away baffled that he's the greatest, but okay.
Well, familiar person walks in at this point of the night. It's Timothy. Got strides it. So
Crowd erupts.
almost seems like he's hoping that you all are gone at this point. Stares and looks at the table, mutters to himself, "Oh no."
I'm gonna go grab
Clear
it.
himself.
Timothy, you're alive!
Please, Kyler, please. I just came in here for some food. I didn't want to stress Stral out coming over here.
No, we got you, and I'm
gods have sent you
gonna
back
bring
to
him.
us?
I'm gonna bring him to the table and then sit him on my chair, pour the scotch for him. Here, we'll switch.
I don't want it. I don't want to drink, please.
Too bad.
Oh, you
It's
people.
good, right?
You people.
Hey.
Honestly, it's very
Mean.
delicious. I think I know this scotch. This comes from somewhere. Interesting. Tastes like home.
What do you mean tastes like home?
Well, I am actually from Clan Alderfist, and this definitely tastes like something we would distill in Thulnir.
Oh,
Yes. Anyways, Look, I'm just here for some food. He begins to take some of the hog out and begins to kind of
Yeah.
eat it.
No, please help yourself.
I feel like at this point I'm just kind of doing what you all say. And I mean, you're all eating, so I'm eating.
I mean, you can choose to not be here, but this is free food and drink, my friend.
I know. I'm leaving by midday tomorrow. I do hope you know that.
But sure, we'll see you again.
No,
Where are you going?
I'm going back home. My wife is in Iraq. I'm going home.
Don't you want to make more money?
Wait, isn't the pass gonna close?
Yes, that's why I need to leave. That's
Think about how much
exactly
better you
why.
can take care of your family if you stayed on with us for at least another 6 months. You paid the whole time.
Just sign this contract.
6 months. I can't be away from my wife for 6 months. I mean,
not?
how much
Sounds
gold is
easy.
it? Roll persuasion.
How much you want?
Give me a persuasion roll.
I was gonna just say
Super good.
50,000 gold pieces.
6. I mean, have to be some sort of astronomical number for me to stick around. To be honest with you. You shift the roll. Roll persuasion again, Kane. Oh, my god. That is
Best use of chronal shift ever.
best use of chrono. I mean, I suppose. How much gold is it? How much more money am I going to earn?
How much did you earn on this trip?
How much has he earned on? Yeah.
Yeah, how much did you earn on this trip?
Well, I mean, to deliver goods to Theba, I mean, obviously we're not going to get anything from that, but just getting on the wagons, I got 50 gold pieces. Just
So it's
to be
all
on the
net
wagons.
profit.
I
I'll give you
suppose.
100 gold pieces right now if you
What?
stop asking questions.
100 gold.
All right, so we'll give you 100 gold signing bonus right now and 100 gold a month.
100 gold a month. All right.
This is out of my personal piggy bank.
100 gold a month.
All right, I got 100 gold. I give it to him right now.
It's more than I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Exactly.
I'm gonna close my pouch.
Maestro is kind of just watching this whole thing going down, not saying a word, not even eating or drinking, just watching the whole thing.
Is it foggy in here, by the way, or is that just my screen?
That's actually the lighting effect that does that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's
Just-
slightly foggy.
I just wanted to make sure.
As this is going down, Ferox kind of leans into Maestro and like whispers, "That's the legend himself. You
This
best
is-
introduce yourself."
I feel like he's less of a legend and more of a drag along, just from the observations I've made.
Appearances can be
Air talk
deceiving.
about Timothy like that.
Listen, I don't know who you are, but you best be leaving right now if you know what's good for you. These people are not what you think. And I may have been persuaded this time, but I'm telling you right now, by the time we get to maybe another town or city, I might leave.
Hey, Maestro.
I'll take your advice under instruction, but right now it seems like this group would be a means for me to spread my fame and wonder.
Begins to shovel more food. Do whatever you want. He steps up from the chair. Please, I gotta go. I'm gonna go to bed, please.
Smack him on his ass as he walks away.
Oh. Timothy disappears.
Oh my god.
Heading across the street for the inn.
What a guy. Yeah, maybe you could perform for the Lord. That'd be interesting to see.
I would, but I believe at my level, I don't think he would quite prefer the allure of my arts, exotic as they are, and exotic and singular as they are.
Yeah, Palor guys are a little uptight, am I right?
Not necessarily that, but more of I make the artistry of combat. With such a personage as he, being a paladin, probably a master of martial skill, this would probably pale in comparison to what he could actually do. So it would not net me much.
Never know.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Speaking of the Lord, to kind of look around the table, talking to nobles isn't really my strong suit. Any of you familiar with operations of court here, or? Clearly, I'm allergic to douchebags, so.
Technically, yes, but it's been a long time.
I mean, I've spoken to people of noble personages that have invited me to their homes to perform my art for them, so I know how to act in a etiquette and manner beholden of a guest.
Okay, good, because I'm not really great with manners, so.
Yes, I've caught that.
We're just laying it all out, aren't we, guys? We've just been around each other long enough. This is just it.
If you can't handle us at our worst, you know.
That's
CJ,
fair, I guess.
Frox, do you have any experience in that?
Hmm?
CJ, Ica, and Frox, do you guys have any experience talking to nobles, or?
I did talk with the leaders of my town and my university, but I wouldn't call them nobles by any means.
No, not really, but I'm always game. Particularly, someone reminds me why we're talking to him.
You know, I think the most people I've talked to consistently, other than the people back home, are, well, you folks.
That is a good check-in, though, CJ. Why are we talking to him again? I think we want to let him know about the Duke, and what's his face? Pedo Gnome from the mining company, whatever his name was.
Elariza.
Pelorizo, yeah.
And, to find out why he had a cultist duke placed in a mining town.
Yeah. See if he has any information on Damodar and that whole thing, and we were also looking for the wizard. I don't know if he would have any information on track down
Maybe.
the wizard.
Good old wizard.
Are we just asking for information? We have information to provide. Do we have any?
Kind of
And
both.
then we have a couple things that we're
Asking,
asking.
give, yeah.
Well, that's a good situation.
Oh, we should probably do some shopping too.
You all seem very experienced and varied in that experience.
It's all an illusion. It's the bourbon going to your head, boy. Girl. Boy, girl. Girl, boy. Is your character male or female, or by their appearance?
By appearance, male. The voice that proceeds from the mask is most assuredly male.
Got it.
I mean, long flowing hair could be like if one were to change a few aspects and stuff, it could be perceived as female if they tried, but definitely presents as male.
Okay.
We're not doing this tonight, right? It's 9:30.
No.
Yeah.
We're drinking and resting.
But we're planning.
Drunkenly planning. God, we're gonna die one day. And I mean prematurely, not of old.
So out of character, we had discussed going to the court in the morning because that was the best time to try to call on the Lord.
That's what
we also want to
yeah.
shop all here. We're in a theme because we have things to offload and things we might want to pick up. There's good smiths and possible magic items available, and it wouldn't hurt while we were there. The Lord asked if he needs anything done. We might have any quests or something to check in with. But they're just kind of out of character stuff.
I appreciate that, actually. Good reminder.
Can't believe you used Chrono Shift the fucking.
It's pretty great.
It's like 6? No, that's an 18.
What
No
they will,
sight.
what the party will do with Timothy.
We're
Lengths
gonna.
we will go to.
I like.
Let's
I
spend our
have this
entire
fear.
party
Like,
funds on decking out Timothy and magic items to make him.
I have this fear we're gonna kill him, but at the same time, he's been through so much because we've kept him alive.
Yeah, if we kill him, we can always bring him back.
Oh my
Oh my god.
Even death can't free him.
Let him die.
Guy's a noble warrior's death, saving people, and then we just bring him back. He's like, God damn it!
It's like on his deathbed. He's like, "Death is
We're
the
going
release."
to
Finally,
Valhalla!
finally,
Finally.
as he dies, and then you
Finally.
resurrect him. You're like, "Nope, you're still with us, Timothy."
Timothy.
It's waking up from resurrection. No, no.
Well, isn't
That-
resurrection like the soul has to be willing?
It does have to be willing. I think it's part of the requirements.
Oh,
of those
no.
things.
We'll force it.
We have to go to the
Yeah, I'll
astral
just raise
plane
him
and
as a
like,
zombie.
push him off.
Raise him up.
Like, dude, your wife's here. Timothy, your wife is here right now. Come on.
Go to the astral plane and tell him his wife wants to see him.
And then he'll
Resurrect
come.
him and,
Yeah.
and she's not even there.
Go through all
Psych.
this.
Like,
You
Not
just got
you.
pranked.
You got hugged, bro. That's great. All right.
God,
That's awesome.
we're gonna ruin this guy. You better put him in another campaign as like a god, like a level 20. Just
Timothy is an NPC that comes about. I'm really surprised you've all drawn to Timothy. At this point,
Good
we'll make
scapegoat.
Timothy a player character. We will begin to put magic items on Timothy.
That'll be Michael's character that he plays when we need help.
Rebels.
can we give Timothy the belt so that he has a fighting chance?
Give him the belt.
Give him my belt.
He turns from like a commoner to like,
All of a sudden, he has 23 in his strength. He's just
yeah.
Timothy's just like crushing people.
just, like, I want him to just like once he puts it on to just like get so many muscles, his shirt just pops out, and it's just. All right, well, that was fun. I'm gonna get up and reach for the bottle and see what everybody's facial expression is.
You know Aika's not gonna care.
Yeah, I know. I'm not even looking at you.
The scotch?
Yeah.
Take it.
All right, cool. Take it.
Yeah.
Oh, the door's closed. Whoops.
That's the
Oh,
window.
that's a window.
You see
Kyler's through the window. He walks through the window. I'm so zoomed in. I thought.
I hope his little hops up.
See Kyler with the just walk. All right, we're keeping that. We're not going back. He just crawled through the window.
That's
Aika
awesome.
makes the most confused face and like points to the window and then looks at everyone else like.
Well, I'll follow suit and climb out the same window.
Rock shrugs and yep.
Oh,
I'll kind of pop my head back in and be like, "Oh, hey, Maestro, we have an extra room. For some reason, we bought 6. So I don't know if you want one, but CJ has the keys."
Indeed.
I thought we got one
Sure.
from NPCs.
I gave them separate money for them to.
Oh,
Yeah, you got 6 rooms. You got 2 of the masters, 2 of the only masters, 2 of the only moderate, and then you got 2 of the regular.
Is this
Yeah,
the
happily
actual
give him a
door? No, it's not. This is the door.
I guess I'll show him to our area.
As you all come into the inn, Strella is reading some sort of romance novel of some kind. And as soon as you come in, begins to stand up. Oh, welcome back. Anybody need anything? Maybe a bath? There's a bath in the communal bathroom as well. Master suites have baths. I can warm up some water.
I think we're all right for now, unless then I look to like anyone else that's like behind that already hasn't run off to a room.
Who's crawling through windows?
Which one do I get? The moderate ones or what's up? Let's try to figure this out.
We didn't super sort it out.
I don't think you all sorted out. I think everyone's right
I
now.
just took-
Everyone's just picking random rooms right now.
I took a moderate room.
I have the rooms that you own unlocked. Every other door
I
is
think-
locked.
CJ and Aika are bunking, unless there's enough. Unless we all bought our own rooms.
There's 6 total rooms, so we have enough for everybody to have their own.
I get to sprawl out.
So if
I take my whole bed.
if this is the case right now, CJ, if you were going to room with Aika, then Maestro, you actually have a master suite to yourself because no one's taken that master suite. Brock's would do a common room.
Wait, nobody took the. God damn it!
The south one. The south one.
That's too good.
It's a solid introduction to the group.
So the bottom one there.
Right,
Totally
right
by
here.
accident,
Yeah,
but
that one. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, okay. Give me 1 second as I fix my shit.
You're good.
I gotta unselect the token.
It also is a little finicky if you go diagonal through doorways, just that way. I'll drag you in.
Yeah, it is.
So no one wants a bath or any sort of nightcaps or anything. Good.
I do.
My
I love that.
character, having luckily gotten the master suite, will like take a bath and everything, and then like keep Ishtar on standby by the door, but kind of just sit on the bed.
Okay. So as you position, you ask for a bath. You see Strella immediately grabs buckets, heads for the well outside, begins to get water and put it upon the fireplace, either inside the master suite or there's actually a fireplace in a hidden room that she's kind of moving into and putting it in to begin to heat up the water itself. And these large kettles that she's pulling out as well. So she's dumping the water in kettles and then she's putting it up. Begins to make baths for you all if you need them. So that you can take a bath, take out. Again, you get to see the difference of accommodations. So sorry for rocks. You're the only one in a common room. Not much to it. However, there is something that you particularly are going to get as you begin to rest in the night. Is there anything anybody wants to do? Oh, Sleep.
Where is CJ staying? Is it just in a regular room?
CJ was head for a master suite with you.
Yeah, wherever
Okay.
you are.
The northern master suite.
Yeah. Because Aika was gonna ask CJ some stuff.
Mr. Unlimited. His name's
All right, I got you moved in, CJ. So you're inside the master suite there.
So, Aika was gonna be like, are you alright with them asking the Lord if we can do anything? Because that may trap us here for a long time, depending on what he says. And you and I may have some places to go.
Yeah. Well, we have to. We should go ask, unless we have somewhere to some knowledge of somewhere specific.
I do
Yeah.
want to
Ask-
ask
ask-
Magello
West.
a couple questions, but other than
Okay.
that,
Yeah,
as
so
soon
we
as
can
we're
focus
done-
on trying to find him.
yeah, as soon as we're done with our duties, I'd like to move on as quickly as possible, but for both of our sakes.
Okay.
If that's alright with you, of course.
Yeah, that's a.
And that's all he had to say. He's gonna go pass out.
Okay. All right, so if there's nothing anybody wants to do, we're going to go ahead and advance it to the next day here. Just the clock. Before we get into the day, I'm going to go ahead and pause it, though. If I can pause. Okay, there we go. Farax, make a perception roll, please.
Okay.
$25.
Motherfuckers are rolling high today.
So you hear several different footsteps down the hallway, relatively about 4:30 in the morning. Just kind of some pitter-patter of feet and things. But as soon as you heard it, it begins to stop. Could have been a dream, could have been there, not sure.
I mean, now I'm curious.
Did you check outside the door?
Yeah.
You check outside the door, you see imagine as a shadow. Go ahead and move your token. I'm going to backtrack it back just a little bit to denote time. This particular door down the hallway, you see the shadow walk into that door.
They said there's like a pitter patter of footsteps.
Pitter patter footsteps, like kind of like a quick, not a run, but between a walk and a run of some sort of humanoid.
I'm curious now. I'm gonna wild shape into a spider.
Okay. I won't have
Cool.
you go into wild shape specifically. We can just go ahead and say you are
Yeah.
a spider there. So you, as you kind of begin spiders, you begin to crawl down the actual floor. You begin to kind of like get towards the door itself, and you begin to hear different sorts of giggling and things in this actual room. From the voices that you can hear, it definitely sounds like Strella and Brendan.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
that's what's going on.
Well, alrighty
Couple-
then.
Couple O faces.
Yep. Okay. We're going back to bed.
All right, you go back to bed.
Nope. Not my business.
All right, go back to bed, and I'm gonna adjust it to 6 a.m. I think that's reasonable for everyone to wake up, given when you all went to bed. So 6 a.m. kind of rolls about. You're free to kind of move about.
Go grab another energy drink.
Was that in character or out of character?
Coffee.
I think that was.
Oop, I can't see. Need to grab you too.
I'm gonna try and learn magic missile from my cool book.
Oh, will I change it? No, not for now.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I'm just a little late this morning. As fast as you can, begins to unlock the door for you.
Wow.
I'm so sorry. I do apologize. Is there anything that you need?
Yeah, no, we're just gonna go get breakfast and get ready for the day.
Yeah, how was your night? You have a restful night's sleep?
It was great. My night was great. Very restful indeed. I enjoyed. I hope the accommodations are reasonable, and if I can always get you breakfast. I can fetch it for you if you'd like.
You all right? Your hair's a little messed up there.
It's fine. It's fine. Everyone roll perceptions.
Give me a second.
21, 22, 25.
They're
Oh
really
my god, we all know.
this party is a super high perception. It's great. We always get plus 20s. It's 21. All right, so 21, 22, 25, 22. That's insane. 21. This is Kyler. Kyler's the only one here. This is like
I just don't care.
So
I'm
you
still
all
waking up,
hear what imagine is like a body thudding in the back end of the building and different scuttling. As you do, you kind of look out the window and you do see Brendan Shalor, which is kind of having a handful of clothes and whatnot, is running for the back entrance of the tavern.
Mm. Mm.
Look back over to Strella.
It's just it's like everybody but the other one. Everybody but one person looks that way, looks back.
I'm just walking.
It's gonna pat her on the shoulder, then move throughout the day.
All right, I'll see you all later. As you begin to leave, you notice that there is Jill and Kristoff in a warm embrace in the actual street as wagons, different carts are now moving about. Obviously, the city is becoming far more lively, and there's also people that are shoveling snow. There's a fresh layer of snow upon the ground, and people are moving by with wagons to actually shovel the snow and put it in. It's kind of a very elaborate operation, if you will, for a city like this. They appear to be in some sort of warm embrace. Again, they kiss, and then Kristoff begins to walk to the actual east, kind of strutting as he does. And Jill slowly turns around and just sees all of you making over to the tavern. Just like stops and just says from afar, "Oh, hi."
Why did she say hi to us? Just gonna keep walking.
Y'all
I
keep
mean,
walking.
Wait, the maestros.
I don't know.
The maestro's not gonna move and just says hello to her as well, and then goes about his business.
Okay. As you all finish your walk across the street, she just stands and waits for you all to cross for Ox to approach.
Yeah. So you look pretty friendly there.
Hi. Hey, I remember you from last night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you have a fun time?
And
Yeah.
Jarek,
The drinks look good. Looked like you were having a fun time just now.
Oh, well, I mean, if you know, fun time. I was just... Listen, I don't know. You're new here, right?
New, old. What's it matter?
New, old. Just don't talk about what just happened here, okay?
Oh, why's that?
Well, I mean, it's not something I want my dad to know, and it seems like, I don't know, Kristoff is talking to you all and works for my dad. I just don't want anything to happen. You're not going to head over to the Commoners Guild, are you, anytime?
Oh, what does your dad have to do with the Commoners Guild?
Well, he runs it.
Oh,
Kristoff is banging his boss's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Well,
Don't tell anybody.
Christoph seems like a fine young man. Why wouldn't your father approve of this?
Well, he doesn't want me to, like, be with anybody. I mean, I'm quite young, and honestly, he wants me to send me off to Balder. There's a couple of schools there. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I'm just earning some coin. I hope to get out of here someday. I just want to go far away. As far
Thinks
as
you're
I
too
can.
young. How old are you?
I'm 19.
That's perfectly old enough.
You think
To go
so?
off of the side.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
I say pish posh to what the old man says.
All right. Well, I
You do
appreciate-
you.
Well, I'm gonna go back in the kitchen. I'll get some breakfast. Brendan's a little slow in the mornings. Let's walk by.
Kristoff's gonna get his ass beat now. God. Like, oh, don't tell anybody. Do it in public where the whole town sees it.
So you see there is a number of customers that begin to walk in, not nearly as there was the night before, as you are making your way into the tavern. It's significantly less lively. You see as some of them are waiting, just waiting, and you all get to the table you sat in as well. It's cleared down, it's cleaned, but you're just waiting there, right? Nothing seems to happen for 10 minutes. And after that point, you see Brendan kind of walk out. I'll be with you all just a second, all right? I'm gonna go around take orders, and I got some breakfast cooking, and it's just gonna be a little bit, all right? Be right back.
Is Timothy anywhere around?
Timothy's still in the room.
Slacking.
He's hiding from us.
He's definitely hiding.
He's taking the gold and running, isn't he?
Taking it and running.
It was worth it just to harass him one more time, if that's the case.
Hopefully it's more than one more time.
Hopefully.
I'm gonna look over to Maestro. You were serious about joining us then. Thought that
Well,
was-
given that your feats before weren't just idle boasting, I think it would serve me better to enhance my talents by following you all. And even if I weren't able to maybe do as well as you do, I'd be able to perform more places to gain fame as one, perhaps a member of your party.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think he said yes.
Ferox is good advertising, so if anything, probably keep Ferox around. Please take Ferox away.
Oh, yes, I'm the best spokesperson.
Having a conversation, Timothy and Kalan do approach. After somewhat of a half hour kind of passes by from when you've woken up and got here at the table, you're just sitting and waiting. They've kind of mentioned, kind of push up. Timothy is just sitting, doesn't say anything as Kalan sits down, begins to kind of look towards like the kitchen area. Is he gonna come out anytime soon?
He said soonish, like half an hour ago.
I wouldn't bet on that. It seems like you had a very interesting evening.
I just don't know what you're talking about, and I'm gonna lay out a ration. You guys are welcome to have some of this, I guess.
As a couple more minutes pass by, you see Jill begin to make way around taking orders. Eventually comes to your all table. At this point, no one's really walked in. It's really just all of you. This approaches. Oh, what are we gonna have for breakfast? I think Brendan's put on some sort of egg dish. I'm not entirely sure. What are you all hungry for?
That's a great sales pitch.
God damn, dude. Someone is just really sassy lately.
This city really bringing it to
Yeah.
Let
No.
me finish something.
It's just this bar. That's all it is. This particular place.
Look, I can get anything you'd like. We have some bread left over from last night. I could turn that into something. I'm decent at cooking. This would take me a little bit, but we'll definitely get you served and drinks. I can get drinks for you right now if you'd like. Water, obviously. I think that's what you liked last time. I can get some other things.
Yep,
That would
have
be
tea.
wonderful.
Tea, I can make some tea. We do have some very interesting root things we can make. I can try to make something for you.
Take one of those.
All right, that sounds
Do
good.
you have anything in the way of, say, fruit drinks? Not wine or whatnot, but something derived from fruit that is not alcoholic.
I mean, we don't get much fruit up here. It's a little bit difficult to find this far north. To be quite honest, I don't think I have anything like that.
I'm just gonna open the scotch and drink it.
Coffee and whiskey.
Coffee? We can do coffee. All right,
And
whiskey and whiskey in it.
Yes.
All right.
Bur-
Okay,
Bourbon specifically.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Oh, and all of the eggs and bacon that you have.
We pulled a Rod Swanson right up.
Probably around.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, it's fair. Look at our table. That's fair.
I don't think you understood what I just said. I want all.
I think what you said was that I want a lot of eggs and bacon. What I said is, bring me all of the eggs and bacon that you have.
Such a great line. It's one of my favorite. I love that line at Parks and Rec.
It's a great episode in general.
A great episode.
Yeah.
So Jill heads back, and after a period of time, probably about 10 maybe or so minutes, comes out with drinks,
What?
begins to serve you all drinks, and then begins to put out the food. Begins to different sorts of bowls are kind of laid out for all of you, and then this egg dish is kind of laid out. It's almost like a hash or a scramble, and it seems just rather just thrown all together, and that's what it is. Half burned maybe. As Jill kind of sets it out, she immediately notices like it's not very great. I can make something else for you if you'd like.
I don't think we can really be too picky in this situation, guys. No, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your patronage here, Mountainside Tavern. I really appreciate it. Begins to make way for all the other customers.
What's in the drinking water here?
Well, you should go see the Lord, huh? Are we still doing that? Are we doing?
Where are the markets at? Are they close by? Maestro,
Well, we're
I'm guessing
supposed
you would
to-
know.
So Marcus would be off to the south, if I remember correctly. The southern region where the commoners, located near the Commoners Guild.
Son of a
If I'm
bitch.
if this.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to look for. If you're looking for just traders that are coming up here that have different sort of wares that they're able to offer you, that would be kind of in the traders off the northern gate. So about 10-15 minute walk right into that kind of that hodgepodge area. If you're looking for like a general store or some business that's ran, there are kind of that merchant district as it wraps around towards the eastern gate. There's general stores. There's Rudolph's, which is an actual blacksmith. There's, I believe, this is something I mentioned to David. Silver Falls is a kind of a religious purveyor. He sells religious goods, magical as well. So it's definitely one of the forefront businesses at the entrance, right? And then Rudolph's also specializes in things for like paladins or clerics. So there's that kind of vibe within some of the notable structures. Now, in the merchants, you can find a plethora of different businesses. Most of them are going to be common in nature, though. Definitely services that are needed to run the city, not necessarily something to create, some product that's never going to be used. So if you're looking for maybe something exotic, something you're trying to find, definitely head up to maybe the traders area up there. Try to find maybe someone that's selling it, someone that has it. If you're looking for more general, maybe it's like mundane items, you're wanting to sell stuff. Just a general store, anywhere else in the merchant district you can find works.
So before people go out and buy, I'll have sold all of our party loot. We got like the painting, the rings, the jewelry, everything of that nature. I'm going to welcome Maestro to the group, and so that splits 6 ways evenly into 1,910 gold pieces apiece that you can add to your inventory. So that's 1,910 gold a piece. That's everything we've been, stuff we got from like the Duke's Manor and whatnot that I've been, taking from other chests and whatnot. So
Did I get that number one more time? 1,900.
1,910 gold pieces.
Okay.
Cool.
Mike's just gonna kind of look at the money you've handed him.
I really liked your show last night.
I haven't received this much money from a show except for performing for nobles. And that was quickly spent on other things. I thank you for your generosity. It shall be put to good use.
Yeah, it's from the group. We all worked hard together, and for right now, you're with us. So
We're all right letting a masked stranger into our group this easily.
why not?
Dragon Slayer.
A lot of things try to kill us. He wants to stand next to us while they're trying to kill us. Then, by all means.
I suppose.
I think we got a little time for shopping before heading to the keep. Unless, how early you think the Duke gets up? Not Duke. The dude.
Lord?
Jared. The Duke. Wait, no. Not the
The
Duke. We know what happened to the Duke. No.
Probably up now, but probably still getting his day rolling.
Do we
like
know what
us.
time they hold court?
Yeah, so holding court is kind of a common thing before lunchtime, right? You do that in the morning, you hold court, you have people walk in, you discuss business, different things. You imagine, I won't have anybody roll, might be common knowledge you can ask around. Between 9 and noon would be the time that is held court as far as the city of this size. So if you're looking to seek an audience, that would be the time.
I assume I would know something about that, right?
Yeah, that's a kind of a common practice within the operation of the Talthars. It's a morning practice.
Okay, so I
between 9
would,
and noon.
yeah.
It's a very short period. It's about 3 hours. It's not very long.
Okay.
And it's definitely like get in, get out. They're
Okay.
definitely like get to the business. What do you need? That's it. And as far as how you seek the audience, it's as simple as they open the gate and then they will actually escort you through. That's how the Telthars will proceed as far as court goes. It's not something you necessarily have to like sign up for. They check you at the inner gate there. They begin to go through your supplies, kind of give you like a pat down, if you will. And then you state your business, and then they begin to escort you into the actual keep directly to the area there. So again, Kalan and Timothy, they have to speak to Ringler which is kind of the commander, right? They have to do that this morning. So if you do go off to see Lord Thalon, if that's what you intend, you could go to Fort Frostbeard first with them as they're heading there. Like as soon as they finish eating, they're going to be headed.
Yeah, I'll go with them. That sounds cool.
Okay. I don't need to shop, so I'll wander this cosmopolitan city, taking in the sights.
Yeah, I mean, if you all want to shop first, obviously Kalan and Timothy can go with you to shopping before they head to Fort Frostbeard. That's not, time crunch wise. There's plenty, not necessarily there. So we could go. We can go shopping, Fort Frostbeard,
shopping?
and then the keep.
So tell the group 2 places that I do want to go is to Silver Falls and to Rudolph's. That's the blacksmith, and Silver Falls is that religious distributor. If we have enough time, DM, you let us know. Just have both of those, and anywhere else people want to go before we go to the keep around like 9 o'clock. I don't know if that's timetable wise, how other people feel. What do you guys think?
It's pretty close. I think we got plenty of time.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Pick up a baguette, go antiquing. It'll be great.
Okay.
Look at
Yeah.
some nice weaponry. Yeah,
Okay.
sounds like a relaxing day.
Cool. All right. And we don't need to necessarily role play the market stuff if depends on what you want to do, right? We can shortcut that. That's totally fine. So that we're not having to role play every trader or whatever you come across. That's totally cool. Let's see here. I think as far as time, maybe right now would be a good time to take a break because we are almost at 9, so we can take the break now before we get on to maybe the second part of the session here. So,
Cool.
Okay.
That's good.
so we'll come back around 9:10ish, and then good part for part 2. I'll go ahead and pause the stream if you're watching. Thank you so much, and we'll be back.
We were just the unfortunate bystanders taken in by Timothy.
He just dragged us along. And
He held a sword
dragged
to our
us.
throats.
Kept telling us that he would kill our families.
Well,
Timothy is a scary man.
the stream is back on. Welcome back. We were just talking about Timothy and his goal for this party, apparently. He will forever be ingrained with this party. That's awesome.
The legend.
The legend.
Everyone's got to get a tattoo.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Man,
The Timothy tattoo. The Timothy tattoo.
See, he branded us.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. We're no longer the Dragon Slayers. We are
The Tim boys.
Tim Boys.
Where
Tim
were we
Hortons?
going?
Anybody have Tim Hortons by then? No.
No, luckily no. I
So,
would die of a heart attack.
coming back from the break, obviously we had some awesome roleplay first half of the session, so we're coming in second part here. It looks like we have some tasks to accomplish. The first task is trading, so marketing items and different things. It seems like what players want to do. So I'm going to go ahead and activate the actual city map to get the stream onto that. As you make your way outside of the tavern and begin to look for these things. That. And then I'm going to ping the stream view as well, so it centers the screen here. So obviously get a nice view of this lovely city. Get to see how large it is. So what is the first order of business? Like I said, we don't have to roleplay this. We can just kind of shortcut it, saving on time. So what is the kind of the first thing we want to accomplish here?
I think general use for the party is Rudolph. That's the blacksmith.
Yeah.
If anybody wants anything else.
That's what I want.
And then I do want to stop at Silver Falls afterwards.
Okay. So coming into Rudolph, so give just a quick background of what actual Rudolph's is, so that way you have an idea of what you're coming into. Don't do a description of the structure or anything like that. So Rudolph's is he's a sturdy human blacksmith, and his name is Tom Rudolph. He's a master smith. Is qualified at making masterwork and mithril items. Is a retired blacksmith to a paladin, so he actually was in service to a family of sorts, and a soldier in many of the Telthar conflicts. He specializes in providing equipment to clerics and paladins. So again, we don't have to roleplay it, so what exactly are we needing from Rudolph?
I'll let y'all go first.
I want. I think you said the devotee sensor I can get from him.
You can.
The flail.
Yep.
And you said that was 5,000 gold, right?
Yes, that'll be 5,000 gold pieces.
Okay, I will take that.
Is there anything that I could use at all in here?
Honestly, not much. I'm gonna be quite frank. I don't think there's anything that Rudolph can offer you that is going to be useful to you.
Just out of curiosity, would they be able to make like a bracers of defense for him at all?
Bracers of defense is not something that Rudolph is capable of doing. If I could phrase what Rudolph is capable of, it's things of less enchantment. So he is not able to enchant anything. He's not prowess with any sort of magic, and a lot of the items that he has, if he does have any sort of magic, it would be items that are like +2. So he does have some extremes in certain categories of armor that go to +2. And then as well as having the quality of mithril and masterwork. So I went ahead and released that crafting guide, but I'll go ahead and explain what masterwork is. So when I made this guide, masterwork is one of the actual materials that was kind of original to this a long time ago. So I always felt that there should be kind of an original way to get +1 armor class without having to enchant or go to that level. And so Masterwork Steel just means for armor is +1 armor class. And then if it's put to a weapon, it's just +1 attack, +1 damage. So it's just similar to enchantment of +1. And that way you can start off with, say, like a base weapon, right? And then you can enchant it. So you can imagine a masterwork armor of +3 is actually like +4. So it kind of gives you that little bit of a leg up. So Rudolph does have masterwork items. He does have mithril items. So he's able to make that. And then Again, there is +1/+2, but it's specific categories of armor, specifically that of heavy,
So
which tailors
plate.
towards clerics. Does have plate. He has plate +2.
Okay, how much?
Give me a second here.
You know what you could do, Kyler, just for the aesthetic and effect is, since I think Michael retconned it a bit, where if we get the scales off of the white dragon, we could get that white dragon scale armor.
Yeah, I also
Oh,
I also
yeah.
want to say, if you didn't read the lore on the Discord, if you do want to retcon, we can retcon taking the items off. Obviously, I hadn't released that given the Aetherin's defeat. So if there are extra items that you want to get off of the dragon, in addition to what you already have, you can. Obviously, there's a specific amount that you can get off this dragon. But I went ahead and included it into the actual homebrew materials in that crafting guide, that PDF. It explains specific dragon items that I have actually had in this campaign. And again, I'm just kind of bringing it together, making it simplified as best as I can with some of these reagents that might be necessary to make it.
Is the dragon scale mail that I have actually that, or is it just like scales by themselves?
No, it is actually that. So dragon armor, it just uses the dragon scale mail bonuses, but it can be applied to any type of armor.
I can
So
put
the
it on my plate +1.
Correct. So you can take one piece of armor and then you can attach all that stuff to it. That's kind of the play. And so the idea is that the dragon scale mail bonuses and what they give you are very nice. And considering if you're facing a dragon, right? So you get that advantage on saving throws against frightful presence, breath weapons, right? Of that particular dragon. You also get resistance to that damage type. And so that's kind of the idea behind it, was allowing players to not be funneled through that medium armor class, but diversify it to the other armors.
I do have that if anyone wants it, by the way.
Hmm?
The dragon scale mail armor.
I
It's
would,
medium
but
class, so I can't use it.
I can't use it either. I don't have any armor.
I would, but I'm already resistant to all cold.
Yes, you can. It's just
Yeah,
What is it?
The dragon scale mail armor. It gives you cold resistance, +1 to AC, and and advantage on saving throws against frightful presence and breath weapons of dragons.
But it's it's scale, so it would actually be a drop down in AC for me.
I think he said it can be applied to any armor.
Yeah, it can go over any one piece of armor.
So
No,
you
so the scale mail that you got, that is the equivalent of the traditional 5th edition SRD medium armor.
Oh,
That is the scale armor. That is what I
Gotcha.
rolled for. It's referred to as dragon scale mail.
gotcha.
So what you see in the crafting guide, that's if you attempted to go, hey, I want to exactly, I want to take
Gotcha.
that stuff and put it onto another piece of armor to get the same bonuses that dragon scale mail gets. Part of that though is if you do need the reagents, you are able to disassemble that armor and take that stuff off of it. If you want to transfer it to something else, you can. Now this particular armorsmith, you asked for plate +2.
Yeah, I mean, how much? Like what?
So that would be 40,000 gold pieces.
40,000. Okay, and then you said there was mithril here.
There is.
What kind of stuff?
So none of the mithril is actually enchanted, so there is mithril
Okay.
plate. So that brings it down to
Gotcha.
disadvantage on stealth checks.
Yeah, which would be nice, but I'm assuming that's probably like a lot.
Price. Not too much. It would be 12,000 gold pieces
Oh,
for this
okay.
far north. Anyways, it's not too much for mithril plate. And I do want to also say that there is opportunities if you want to persuade, if you want to try to get lower prices.
Well,
Obviously,
I was gonna trade in
bartering-
some of my stuff. Yeah,
bartering's the thing. You know, if you want to sell your items and then trade it in, that's totally fine. I'm not going to take away that kind of role play, right? If you're looking
Gotcha.
to get a little bit of a better price through some of the skill checks that you have, that's totally fine.
I think just to speed it up for now, I'll just retcon the whole get some stuff and make my plate +1 into the dragon skill then.
Okay.
Are you able to like transfer? I have like a +1 Warhammer, +1 Maul. Am I able to transfer either of those to my sensor? The new item I just picked up, which is not technically a +1 weapon.
So you're looking to make your flail a +1? Is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Um,
Like I would trade in either of those, both
Okay.
of them, to make it happen.
Okay, I think we can do that. That seems fine. If you're going to trade in both those weapons to make that one +1, I think that'd be all right.
Okay. I'll
My-
run.
Go ahead.
I can do it, Mike. You don't have to do it.
Okay.
I was gonna ask if I could sell my Ring of Cold Resistance, unless someone wants it. Anyone? No one?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
So obviously, you're selling the cold resistance ring.
Yeah, or like find some place where I can sell it around here. I just wanna put that on the docket.
Yeah. So we can again we'll just go ahead and have it obviously not we don't need to role play it. So a ring obviously it's rare, so it'd be 5,000 gold pieces was I think what we discussed before. The price up here. It's actually cheaper elsewhere, but cold resistance is something that's valued up here. So it's 5,000 gold pieces. So you can go ahead and remove it from your inventory, and then you can pocket 5,000 there. And then Jared, you said Masterwork breastplate is available. That is available.
I'm just kind of reading the lore stuff. Is there? So I'm interested in upping armor class, but I don't want to give up dex. So
Mhm.
breastplate seemed like I could eke out one more AC out of that.
Yeah, so it's a max of 2 for medium armor, right? So you
Yeah.
would be at 15 plus dex mod, max 2.
Cost?
It would be 1,000 gold pieces.
Bargain. Yeah, it sounds like a good option for me.
Okay, I'll drag it into your inventory.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll subtract 1,000.
I'm looking for a moon sickle.
A moonsicle.
Moonsicle.
That's the. Let me look it up real quick because I think that's Tasha's.
It is.
I'm gonna have you roll for this one to see if you can find it from a trader, because it's not something you wouldn't find up here, but this is depending on the rarity of it, because I think it scales. So go ahead and give me a either a perception or investigation that you choose, because you definitely have a proficiency in that perception, anyways. 25. So you, trader-wise, going into that hodgepodge of different wagons and carts and whatnot, you are able to find a moon sickle of +2. So that actual sickle of +2. The pricing of it though is a little bit much. They're asking for 20,000 gold pieces for it.
What if I traded in my quarterstaff +1?
What if I added my psychic attuned hammer and my warhammer +1?
You're gonna add that in the psychic one
Yeah.
with the quarterstaff +1 and the psychic combined together. You can drop down the sickle to 4,000 gold pieces.
More manageable. I'll take that.
Take that. Okay. I'll get that in your inventory.
I will delete those from my inventory. And then for the armor, is there a way to add all that dragon stuff to it, or?
So you're wanting to take.
Put the dragon scale on my plate +1.
Yeah, so you want to take the dragon scale off and then put it on, right?
Yeah.
So that is something that Rudolph is not able to do. I do want to clarify that because so in the crafting guide there is a DC there. So in case you want to do it yourself, you actually have to roll for it, right, to do it yourself. So Rudolph actually is not capable of doing that.
Okay.
So I do want to mention that. So if it's something maybe a different place you're able to do, where you can attempt to get the tools for it and do it yourself.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. CJ, you should have your inventory. No, it's not there. Bam! There it is. Okay. You should see it in your inventory now, CJ. So you can equip that if you'd like. And then I'll get the moon sickle. Alright, you should see the moon sickle +2, and I also want to make sure that it is accurate here. Yeah, it definitely looks like there is the effect, and it looks like it's working. So we'll have to test it, obviously, come combat and see if it is working. That effect.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's a shopping session. Okay, is there anything else? Did I get everything taken care of?
The other thing, yeah, go ahead.
Two things that I would look for as my character is a bag of holding and an all-purpose tool.
Bag of holding and an all-purpose tool. I was waiting for someone to want the bag of holding. So
Everyone wants the bag of holding.
everyone wants. It's always like the common thing here. So
Listen, I'm gonna store a lot of materials somewhere. I,
like
don't
it.
want it.
No,
So all-purpose tool, I believe that's Tasha's.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you roll perception or investigation for the bag of holding, but the all-purpose tool is not something you could find up here.
Okay. Perception or investigation? I'll go with perception.
Nat 20! Well, I was a super high DC. You find the bag of holding. So in the trader, obviously this is not something that's inside the city. You have to go find a trader for it. This particular trader doesn't even actually really know what it is, right? However, you are able to, as you're making your way through the traders area, this merchant, these hodgepodge of wagons that are all pitched out, different campfires and everything, you are able to identify this. Like, I know what that is. I have a good feeling that that's a bag of holding. They kind of raise it up, begin to have a little barter or a conversation of what it is, and they kind of look at it, and they go 500 gold pieces.
I want to haggle them down because you wouldn't even known the worth of this object had I not, pointed it out that I know what it is and what it can do.
Oh, come on! Seems to be a small halfling male with brown hair, kind of wavy, going down to the ears. Clearly have an interest of this.
I do, but my interest does not outweigh that you would have made very little profit. You probably would have been undersold on this very item had I not known what it was. You wouldn't have had any idea to its true worth. You probably would have thrown it away or something.
Roll persuasion.
it was
Okay.
meant to be.
All right. Look, all right, I go half off on it, 250.
Yo.
Deal? All right. Wow. Way to
Yeah, you
roll
can't-
two
you
nat
just-
20s in a row. That's awesome.
Crazy.
Just
That's-
can't beat that, man.
That is crazy.
It's like my luck, but opposite.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Have you rolled, Sage, have you rolled a nat 20 in this game?
I think I've rolled 1 whenever I obliterated the person with a chromatic orb that one time.
Yeah.
That was like really early on, right?
Yeah.
Those are the little dwarf things, right? The gray dwarfs. You just like blew one up, I think.
Yeah, I
Great dwarf.
disintegrated one.
Durgar?
Yeah.
Maestro, so the bag of holding is in your inventory. I don't
Yeah,
think
I'm just taking out the
Foundry
money.
generally handles the bag of holding very well. However, whatever you decide to store into it, totally fine. Just let me know.
Okay.
So if it's like a
Gotcha.
giant item, I'll just assume it's in the bag of holding.
Yes.
All right.
What total gold looking at? 1695? Okay.
Easy money.
Beyond that, since I can't find all-purpose tool for now, I'll just get a set of leatherworkers tools to round out all the shit I am proficient in using and can actually use, so I
Okay.
can begin making more stuff. So that's another 20 gold off.
Yeah, it'd be 20.
While we were shopping, I cast aid on Aka, Ferox, and CJ, so you get +5 to your max HP and +5 to your current HP as well.
Very cool.
For now, that'll be all.
Okay.
Conserve money to work on my puppet later.
Okay. All right. So shopping out of the way. Is there anything else anybody wants to do shopping wise?
I do want to pick up that Amulet of the Devout.
Okay. So you head over again. You message over Discord, so we go ahead and I'll just describe it to the rest of the party. So Silver Falls, Rulvik Silverfall. It distributes religious items for priests, clerics, and paladins, and common folk, making pilgrimage generally. He was once a war-faring cleric for the Talthars, worshipping Pelor, but has retired and seeks to make penance for past sins. His shop is quite small, very humble in a way, and has actually these kind of intricate religious, not artifacts, but just rare items, right? So they're kind of tucked away and hidden. This individual is welcoming to everybody that comes here. Is not trying to swindle or just try to make a quick buck. Is definitely wanting to get an item that you need to, better your relationship with whatever deity you worship. Someone that's very genuine. So go ahead. I think we agreed on the price there in Discord. So you go ahead and I think you added it already to your inventory.
I did in preparation based on our
Yeah,
conversation.
I looked at your character sheet. I was like, oh, you added a bit already. So it's totally fine. You're able to find that one as we agreed upon for the price.
All right, I'm good.
Cool.
Think I'd be able to find anything to help me at all here?
That's
not really the play.
it's a broad statement. So I mean, at Silver Falls, is that what you're saying?
Like around in the shops.
I walk around with Aikaru to look around if there's any like magic shops.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something that is somewhat void, right? So that's what I want to also. It's a great observation to make, right? Just walking around, and it's a good question to ask, right? So is there magic shops here? You're finding shops that are tailored towards the divine. And these divine in the sense of less is more, right? You want to have maybe things to pray and to, maybe give, right, to other people. There's not necessarily an arcane or a natural magic in any of these relation of shops. Given that, going through the merchant district, and as you look at different signs, different things, and some of these wooden and stone structures, and not finding anything that you need, many of the traders in that area with the wagons and the diverse, they actually facilitate that need. And they actually sell some of these arcane lesser items, not very rare, but rare items, They do sell them, but at a somewhat of a little higher value than you would find some elsewhere, right? Because they're coming here, almost distributing it, transferring it up here to make some more coin. That is something that is there. So if there is a particular like rare item that you're looking for, we can attempt to find it.
I think it's called an arcane grimoire would be nice.
An arcane grimoire. Ooh, that's gonna be an interesting one. I'm trying to remember that one. I gotta look it up.
It basically just gives me a bonus to my spell attack rolls and to saving DCs,
Mm-hmm.
which would be nice, I think.
All right, give me a perception or investigation roll.
Can do that. Wow. 12.
So, as you begin to parse through the traders, you find a very interesting trader. This one appears to be a moon elf, as wearing a intricate robe, different sorts of blues and reds with gold silk. Seems to be of higher class. Has a wagon, 2 horses, and has a different assortment of goods that are set up on the table. You catch your eye towards these goods, that they're magical and arcane in nature. You approach this individual. After having the conversation, again, we won't have to roleplay, but after having the conversation, they do have an arcane grimoire +1. And they are from a place called Zoomfear, which is a wizard school in the city of Chandronar that does not exist anymore and was destroyed in the war. Give you some information of lore as well. Now, the pricing of this grimoire, given that it is coming from a wizard school, mage school that is destroyed, begins to kind of price it out towards you and gives you a price of 4,500 gold pieces for the item.
Alright, yeah, I'll take it.
I'm going to try to see if I can find, because it's been a long time since I've done the grimoire, and I want to make sure the effect actually works. So it's going to be a +1, as it is uncommon, and I want to make sure it looks like the effect seems in order. We're going to test it out. Let's see if it works. I'm dragging it into your inventory. There you go. I do believe the grimoire is an attuned item, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you do have a little bit of items in there. Obviously, you sold the Ring of Cold Resistance, but I think you have a cloak. I don't know if that I don't think that requires attunement, so I think you're good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Around the same area, arcane area, just looking around at like rings, looking for like specifically either like a ring of protection or a ring of spell storing.
So a ring of spell storing is not something you find of this particular trader that is coming from Zoomfear. It definitely seems like someone that has scavenged or salvaged and is attempting to make some quick money distribute. In this particular, you are able to find a ring of protection. The pricing is very similar, but looks towards, as far as Ica purchasing something, and is able to drop it down 500 gold pieces and charge you 4,000.
Sure.
All right, it is in your inventory. Everyone good?
Yep.
I'm good.
Yeah. After we get done chopping, I'd like to pull CJ aside if it's ever possible.
Sorry, what'd you say? It broke up for me.
After we get done shopping, I'd like to pull CJ aside.
Okay. So after you get shopping, heading towards the traders and first the merchants, right? Heading off Mount St. Tavern Stormy Inn. So you head kind of the merchant district, just do a quick scan of what's there. Then you head up to the traders, the hodgepodge. You begin to search. You spend some time there. I'm actually gonna probably advance it at least to 8 a.m. as you're making your way through the city and you're getting introductions and different things as you're making your way, and you're getting a vibe from the city. You make a general vibe that these people are happy, but in a sense of to their deity, right? So many of them are, when they make their way to the street, they begin to head over to the Suntree Cathedral for service, or just to pray in general by the area, then to head back to their property or their house, where they own or where they're staying. You finish up at the traders, and we begin to head for Fort Frostbeard with Kalana Timothy, as they need to talk with Wrangler Uku, given the issues with the delivery from the Harak Mining Company. So you pull CJ aside.
CJ, I notice you're hesitant to spend any of your money. Put your money aside.
I wouldn't. I'm on a mission. I would spend some money to make me more able to, help find my family. But I these magical things that y'all are talking about, I've never heard of before. So I'm not really sure what I'm looking for. But if I'm happy to help spend for the party or things we
Oh
came
no, it
across.
wasn't criticism and observation.
Yeah.
You had
I
shared
got my
with us
shiny new
your...
breastplate.
Yeah, that does look good. Yeah. I have something we got earlier that I can't quite use now, as I'm all tuned up, and I pull out the Ring of Invisibility. Do you have capability for this?
Yeah.
So do you have an
I
attunement slot for it?
I do. I have 2 attunement slots, and I think it's a cool, nifty thing. It's way more useful than the spell of invisibility. So,
Put it to good use, and I'll pass it back over to CJ.
thank you. You're always so generous. Appreciate that.
I put it into your inventory, CJ.
Cool.
Party sticks together. We take care of each other. We're all better for it.
Sneakier the better.
This way, I figured you could cast invisibility on somebody else, or go invisible first and then cast it, or whatever.
Yeah, good options.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and activate Fort Frostbeard. There's actually a map for it, so you have a kind of a visual aid here of the fort. Activate it here for you. I'm going to pause it and give a description of the actual fort, so you have an idea of size and the walls, structure, and things to help aid you. So it is an outcropping of rock, right? So it is just this center of rock that kind of comes up. And it contains Fort Frostbeard. The lower level of the fort sits about 20 feet above the city level. The actual the Frostbeard Keep, right, which is kind of an archaic old structure, that sits about 35 feet above the city level. Outer and interior walls reside about 15 feet and are made from crude stone. This stuff is haphazardly put together just to form these walls. Towers are about 6 feet higher than the wall and protrude outwards. There are a few along the walls that are mainly found nearby the double wooden doors that lead through the actual entrance. Now, what's notable is that the towers aren't covered, neither is the wall. Again, it's haphazard stone that's just been kind of collapsed and put together. And you're kind of zigzagging your way through some of the buildings, different blocks, and then it comes to almost like a segmented part of the town with evergreen trees and thickets that are growing naturally around it to encompass the cliff sides and spaces that buildings don't build up to. And you begin to move about the actual path or the road that's been kind of dug through the earth and the stone. There's no sidewalks here. And you come up to the entrance of the gate. Timothy is actually the first to speak. As Timothy kind of looks out, we're here to see Regla Uku. It's one of the guards that's wielding a crossbow and half plate and wielding the actual surcoat. So he's actually, like I said, really well armored. He's got bolts dangling down from the belt. He's looking down with a helmet as well, and a crest down, just revealing the eyes and the mouth. Looks over. You're looking for Wrangler Uku. Who are you? I'm Timothy from the Rock Mining Company. We're supposed to be here, to deliver a shipment. Guard looks, stretches, and just stares at all of you for a brief moment. I don't see any shipment. Timothy slowly turns around to all of you. And then turns back around again. Yeah, things happened. We want to speak to the commander, obviously. Regular, I think, could help us out with this, alright? Just kind of looks back. Is that alright? Do I say anything else?
You got it, Timothy. You're good.
Alright. Okay. Right. Guy kind of motions. Okay, alright, take it easy there. I mean, come on. Alright, it's not a big deal. Kind of looks back over the wall, shouts over to down the street of the fort. Reglar! Commander, got some people here from Harak Mining Company. I don't see a shipment, though. As they do, you see two different guards move towards the double door, and they kind of unbolt the large timber of the double door, right? So this big piece of wood, and they kind of thump it down to the side, and the door's kind of open. There's no gate mechanism or anything, right? No iron bar. It's just a double door that they bar and shut. As you do, as they kind of open it, they sidestep out of the way. These particular ones have halberds and full plate. You see this half-orc begin to strut outwards towards you, leaving the fort. This half-orc is tall. He actually stands 7 feet 3 inches. And is strong. He's just built. His shoulders span outwards. And a male half-orc. So he has a black war braided hair that extends down to his shoulders, and it's a darker green complexion with black eyes. So the sides of his heads are clean shaven, and this braid just goes all the way down. The black eyes are fierce there as they stare. He wears a piece of masterwork plate armor and wields a battle axe at the side, and you see a shield kind of adorning the back side, a surcoat of Falor, as well as a commander's maroon cape. So there's actually a cape that kind of comes down around, latching into the armor, and then back around, dangling to the ground. There's a massive scar that cuts across his entire forehead, down his eye, and to the actual jaw. So it's just this massive gash. And this eye, his left eye, is blind. It's just white. And then you also see this other gash kind of coming up to the neck as well. And you almost believe that this scar carries on through the armor down the rest of the back. He begins to move. As he does, he just comes out towards. Where's the carts? Where's the ore? Timothy doesn't say anything.
Do you have a brother that works for Pelariza? Looks just like you. Handsome dude.
No, I don't.
I think that was racist.
Handsome dude?
If I'm handsome, then there's something wrong with your eyes.
He's almost as tall as I am.
Are you from Harak Mining Company? Yes.
We are. We are.
Good. No ore. Some trouble in the valley, then.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of out of character. I want to talk about it, but I'm trying to remember the history, so I'm going to get details wrong. So yeah, we were attacked, and 2 of the wagons destroyed. We fought on to get here to try to deliver at least a message, the info that we had. But yeah, no war. Where did we lose it? I asked the group. Anyone remember the area? Name of the area?
Oh, it was up north where there were these giant worm-like things that just ate it in one bite. Gone.
It's right below the lake, I think.
Lake, the frozen lake, yeah.
This is understandable. I'm not naive to the valley. These creatures. It has happened a few times that we've lost shipments. Courtesy of the Talthars, I have much coin to provide. for the Rock Mining Company. Kind of snorts, begins to pick the nose slightly, flicks it. Surprised you survived the ordeal. Most of the time we just find the horses and the carts off in the valley. How did you live?
We fought hard.
Did you kill this beast, this creature?
I don't think I was there.
Well, it wasn't the only one we killed. There was more than one.
There was more than one.
Mm-hmm.
There was 2, 3.
I lost count.
Begins to walk all the way up to you, Ferox. Incisors pointing up several millimeters off the actual mouth, even when the mouth's closed. Smells you.
Rox pulls out a good berry. Want one?
No.
Put yourself.
I've been through a lot. I've seen a lot. Maybe you are lying. I don't know. I don't care. I have coin for the shipment. I'm still forced to pay it. That's fine.
But it's good that you do what you're told.
Anything else?
We were hoping to talk to Lord Telefor. We had
You
some
wanna-
information from Hirak.
You want to
well.
speak to Lord Thalon for lore?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he has court in an hour or so. Stares off in the sun, looks back.
So we should probably head to the fort then.
Why do you want to talk to the Lord?
Tidings of from Hirak that we were asked to deliver directly to the Lord.
From that Duke. What's his name? Umbrian Arillo, I think. I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, that was close enough.
It is in regarding the Duke. Yes.
I see. All right. So be it. I'll get your coin.
Thank you.
Struts away. Disappears out of sight through the actual doors, begins to go wherever.
We're getting paid for this. Nice.
Don't question it.
Wait till he walked away. Did you tell us to wait here?
I would wait. That guy almost looks scarier than the dragon.
Yeah,
Just
that's worse than the dragon.
We fought a dragon, guys. Come on.
Several moments pass by. Comes out, carrying a sack of leather. Purse. Throws it towards Kalan's feet. Scatters. It hits the ground, just kind of rolls. Gold stays inside. A reward, then, for making an attempt.
Okay.
Fair.
Are you going to be staying in the city long, then?
I don't know. We just
believe
got here.
so. Yeah, we only got here a day ago.
I don't know. Is there anything fun to do here? See the sights?
Of course, there's plenty to see. If you want, you can head to the cathedral. Visit the Sun Tree. That's what everyone comes here for. Not me in particular. You want a real challenge?
Is that just a tree?
It's just a tree. As far as I'm concerned. Struts over to you, Kyler. Begins to lick you top to bottom. It's a nice sword you have.
Yeah, it is. Well,
Well.
Eyebrow lifting competition.
Unless you can offer me any aid and services, then you best be on your way. Turns his back and begins to strut in.
You said something about a challenge?
Stops, turns around. Challenge.
You said if we were looking for a good challenge, and then you stopped.
Well, we here at Fort Frostbeard like to fancy us a couple brawls just to warm up the belly muscles. I like that sword.
okay. I do too.
Mm.
Thought we already discussed this.
Perhaps we can fight for it.
No, I'm good.
All right then, we have nothing else to discuss then.
Yep.
Best be on your way. Make your way to court then.
What do you
Okay.
typically wager in these brawls of yours? I'm sure Kyler here could handle any one of you.
Folds his arms. I doubt that. But what I and looks to all of you, grunting and snuffing about. What can I offer you? Doesn't seem like any of you are interested in gold.
No, I'm good.
I mean, I am not adverse to more coin. It helped me do some upgrades on my nice little friend here, and I pat Ishtar.
Well, if you're not in gold, then I can offer gold. I'll wager 2,000 gold pieces. If I beat him, I get the sword. If you're not interested in gold, then I can offer my horse. My precious, beautiful horse.
Nah, bro, we're good.
Yeah, you guys ready to
2,000
go?
gold ain't worth that sword.
All
I
right, then. Well,
Is the wager against you, or is it?
the wager is I
Against someone.
take that one and I push him into the ground.
Hmm.
Are we good to go, man?
Yeah. Wait. Interest is gone.
Make your way to
Alright.
court, then. Return only if you... I don't know. Honestly, I don't. Walks
Yeah,
through the
okay.
gates. The gates shut. Slowly bar.
Yeah, 2,000 was not enough to risk it.
No. Absolutely not.
No. All right. Well, what do we do with the money? I don't know.
Sack of purse laying there. Timothy and Kalan look at it. Timothy speaks first. Grabs the
Go on,
purse
Timothy. You're a chosen one.
and begins to open it. Begins to rifle through it. Looks like 300 gold pieces. I believe
You
this
guys
was
can
supposed
split
to
it, let's go.
return back to Harak. I think it's supposed to go to Pelu.
All right. Who's going back to Harak?
I am not going back to that pass. So
I mean, I was going to until
Shut
you
up, Timothy. You
successfully.
can't go.
You've already entered a contract. For...
Okay.
I mean, do either of you
Kalan
two-
takes it. I'll head back. I'll use it to buy a horse, and I'll give the rest to Pelu. It's been a pleasure. Whatever you do with Timothy, pats him on the head. I'll let his wife know. He's still alive. She begins to walk off, headed for the
God,
nearby
I-
stables to purchase a horse.
we really should let him go.
Oh, Kalan, wait!
Oh.
Oh!
Oh, this is so
Climb
Walks
bad.
out of sight.
Timothy, we will drag you to glory.
Okay.
Poor Timothy.
Glory or death.
To court, then. To court.
Court.
All right.
Where you going, Kane?
Do you go inside, Kane? Kane, you move your
Oh,
token
yeah.
inside the wall.
Where are you going, King?
I thought that's where our court was.
Two
No!
different forts.
This is Fort Frostbeard.
We gotta go to. Oh, sorry, to keep.
All right,
Lord
I'm going to put it
keep.
on the city, and I'll describe it a little bit here. So let me put it back on the city here. All right, just for the stream. Okay. So you all were at Fort Frostbeard. Like I said, it's this relic. It's this annex of a structure. Again, it was just built there to protect the Sun Tree, and in fact, it was positioned there by the Sular Kingdom with the aid of dwarven clans, specifically Clan Alderfist, which is the nearby dwarven clan in the Frostford Mountains. So that kind of explains a little bit of kind of the crude nature of it, right? The old structures of it, just the sense that it was kind of there and that the city was built around it. We all are headed now for the Follower Keep, which is over there on the entire west side of the city. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can find the music that is good for this. We'll see. So as you make your way through the estates, the noble district, you get to see the the segmentation of the city. You get to see that the buildings begin to transition to foundations of stone with elaborate wooden structures on top, from 3 stories to 4 stories in these large manors and estates that encompass large grounds. They actually have gardens, thickets that are put up, metal gates, stone walls that are fencing some of these inner garden areas. It's an elaborate thing. Many of the servants that are maintaining the garden appear to be that from what you've seen in the tavern, right? They're hired on. They're brought here to the estates to manage them. Some of in the windows that are there, these metal reinforced windows of the glass, they are no candlelight, dim. Many of these paladins are gone. They're not here. Families perhaps are residing inside or elsewhere, maybe at the Sun Tree Cathedral. You continue through the city. It takes quite a while. In fact, we actually given the conversation for Frostbeard, as well as navigating through the city and potentially seeing some different sights, we'll go ahead and advance it to 9 o'clock. You get to the keep. Now, Falor Keep is a solid and bricked stone structure built from the bedrock protrusion of the mountain. It is surrounded by a large frozen moat and 50 to 80 foot cliffs that go down. Now, the western side of the keep is connected to the mountain, appearing almost carved from it. A stone bridge travels across the moat. Before you get there, you get to the inner gate. The inner gate is slightly shorter than the outer, right? So the outer was about 25 to 30 feet. This is just roughly 20. There's definitely sparse towers. There's still guard towers that protrude outwards and are covered, built out of stone, but they are sparse. They're not nearly as encompassing. You get to this gate. This gate is iron barred. Seems to have some sort of mechanism to it at this inner chamber with these arrow slit windows. And then there's a double wooden door behind it. So it's very intentional that some sort of siege or something happens that has to get through here. You approach. You're on a line. It's not just you. There are several different individuals. Different wagons and carts are kind of pitched up. Just random people that are there. Definitely seems to be some nobility factor here. Maybe there are individuals that are from the estates sent here to discuss business, to figure out information. As you begin to wait, about 30 minutes passes by as you are in line, and you finally get to the top, right? You get to the actual gate, which is open. 2 different guards have walked out, both of them carrying halberds, but this time they're wearing masterwork plate armor with different sorts of engravings upon the armor. The surcoat of Falor, which is a silver purse griffin with a backdropping of a purplish, almost wine color, with silver etching. The halberd itself actually has a flag that is draped down and wrapped around, signifying that they're almost like a banner, right? Banner masters of some kind, right? So they're signifying the colors as they're approaching. So you come to, They hold out the hand and look towards you. What is your business in court? Why are you here?
We've come to bring news of the Duke and Harak.
The Duke and Harak bring news. I see.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead.
Yeah.
They look to each other. They look up at the wall. Interesting indeed. Guards. More begin to kind of pile through as they call forth. Begin to almost somewhat surround you. You'll be first then, the court. This business takes precedence. Onward then.
I figured.
They begin to kind of push you through as many of the people go, "What? Why do they get to go first?" These different sorts of chiming and commotion begin to happen as they're kind of shoving you forward.
Chosen ones.
We got chosen privilege.
All hail.
The grounds of the keep are covered in snow and ice, except for the gardens and road that lead up to the keep's wooden drawbridge. White snowberries and cherry blossoms populate the garden and are spaced by small paths of low-growing vegetation. Guards walk about while servants tend to the garden. Upon the keep's ground are several fields for training and jousting and animal handling. Stone and wooden 1- and 2-story structures are built for housing, storage, and dining for guards and soldiers that are living and training within the grounds of this inner wall surrounding the keep. Paladins are frequent visitors to help train guard and soldiers in advanced tactics. The soldiers and paladins found within Othema serve Lord Thalon Falor, and through him, the Talthars. You begin to stride through the garden as you do come to the drawbridge, which is lowered. The guards kind of function as they do begin to wave out to the actual keep for them to embrace. There are guards on top of this keep. There is some sort of way to get to the rooftop, and there is a lip. So you do see individuals on the actual keep. Now, the keep itself, given that to give you somewhat of a description before you actually enter in, the keep seems to have 3 levels, not counting the rooftop. And there seems to be as well 2 towers that extend outwards of this area. So there's 2 towers at the front end, and they kind of come upwards above the roof, just about 20 feet. The actual 3rd level extends about 90, so it's not tall considering what you've experienced. So the structure is not very tall in height, but more in width and length. And that length and that width primarily encompass a courtyard. And the courtyard itself has windows that open up from the floors, right? So there's different windows that actually open up into the courtyard of the 3 levels. And it's completely open. There's no grating or anything above the actual courtyard. And the courtyard is primarily used for prayer and meditation. There are pools of water, statues, vegetation, deciduous trees. It's cultivated and kept up, even in this climate. You imagine that it takes hours and hours each day to make this happen. On rare occasions, the courtyard is used for parties or gatherings. So that is something that is there. I'm going to go ahead and activate the area that you are brought into, or at least before you're brought in. So let me go ahead and drag you in before I activate it. And then I think we need Timothy. Is that what we're on about? Timothy is now part of the party.
Timothy has to be here.
Yes, of
Timothy
course.
has to be here.
Yep.
Part of the crew.
It's part of the crew. I'm gonna put him right
Part
there.
of ship, part of crew.
Yep. Pretty much.
Okay. Should be activated, and all of you should be brought in. I'm going to go ahead and ping the stream view, and then I'm going to go ahead and pause it. So you are brought through the entry chamber. So the drawbridge goes up about 10, drawbridge over the moat, goes to a 10-foot staircase that ascends to almost like a patio area with these marbled pillars that protrude up to support the 3-story structure. Then a semicircular arch 15-foot tall double door opens up into an entry chamber with different exits out, leading to almost, if you imagine, hallways that go south and north. There is a spiraling stone staircase that ascends to the second floor, about 15 feet just left of the entryway, and that carries on to the second floor. You carry through the entryway. What's notable about the entryway is that there's nothing really there. There's tapestry, maybe some coloration on the walls, pillars to support, lamps that are sent out, and candles that are lit, and runners, so rugs, right, to take you there. But it's very limited in the decor. There's not really anything here. It's almost as if they're resembling some sort of, they're humble, right? They're modest. Now that you've crossed the courtyard, it actually takes it easily 15 minutes just to cross the courtyard of all the different vegetation, the pathways that are in mix. There's servants, there's guards, there's people moving around. It's a very elaborate thing. You come all the way to the back side of the keep, so the far west side of the keep. So you just go, it's a straight shot, right, from the drawbridge, which is intended. And you come to this semicircular arched double door that protrudes outwards into the courtyard. The guards now have left. They've moved back to the wall, and there's 2 guards here. After communication, they explain what your business is here. The Duke is dead. There's information to be had. They shake their head. As they do, they motion, moving left and right. They bang onto the door. This door opens, and the sub-side door opens, and they go, "Enter in."
I would, but the game is paused.
I unpaused it. Good call there, David. Timothy is walking in.
It's a far walk.
It is.
They really like to feel important.
So as you walk in, what
Hold up.
becomes apparent is there's some sort of inner hallway or corridor to the walls, as there's individuals wielding crossbows that are pointing through arrow slits of the actual walls of the entryway, the protrusion into the courtyard. The double doors immediately shut, barred, locked down as soon as you enter in by certain guards wielding halberds, masterwork plate armor. Now, you walk down the runners, there's lamps protruded, there's massive black marble pillars that support this grand hall. It seems to encompass the first and second floor, as it extends upwards of 45 feet to the ceiling. There's entrances into the grand hall, and they seem to be found on every wall. At every interval of entrance, there is guards or soldiers that are positioned there. There are 2 stone and metal reinforced doors, and they lead into either a dungeon or a private staircase sometimes. So you're seeing difference of entrance, right? So it's not just the same doors. Now, let's see here. The lamps themselves are 8 feet tall, which are extremely high. You imagine that they're lit from some sort of device as they kind of go up and light them. The rugs themselves are the colors of Falor, signifying that wine color with the silver etching. And they lead up to the staircase that goes 5 feet up to a stone throne that seems to be encrusted with glass and crystal. Sitting upon this throne is a individual that is tall, human male, with a fair face and a chiseled jaw, blue eyes and wavy blonde hair that goes down to shoulders. Wears a beautiful piece of mithril plate armor with the Falor symbol engraved in gold upon it. He wears a dark purple cape held by a gold and silver chain around the neck, a golden amulet of Pelor symbolizing his allegiance. It sits around his neck, a great sword sheathed upon his back, the hilt wrapped in silver lattice and a pommel of pure gold. He's sitting there, fully armored, and wielding the weapon at the back. Hands like this. Doesn't say anything as you make your way on the rugs. There's very limited emissaries here. It's 2 individuals and these 4 chairs. Not much else. Again, the decor modest. Benches, some tapestries, that's it. As he looks out towards all of you walking in, Timothy scuttering at the backside, shuffling upon the rugs, barely is able to maintain his balance as he trips over some little edging that's been pulled up. Doesn't say anything to you all.
So the Duke is dead.
And who declares that the Duke is dead?
Us.
Us, who are all of you?
Kyler.
Kyler. What family do you hail from, Kyler?
Iridor.
Iridor. Interesting. The rest of you?
I am Ica.
Ica.
And I just looked to everybody else.
Name's Ferox. I come from a place called Creekus.
I see.
Okay.
I go by the moniker of the Maestro. I hail from a land across the sea named Balthus. I am a traveling entertainer of sorts. I have recently joined these people on their journey.
My name's Kane, and I'll kind of give them my worst attempt at a bow situation.
Oh, it's not bad, kid. Not bad.
Lastly,
CJ, not from around here.
stands up. He does. You see the many different rings upon the finger. He stands. He steps forward just briefly at the edge of the stairs. Foreigners. People of lesser value. Well, nobility anyways. Come here and tell me that the Duke is dead. What evidence do you have? States this.
I took one of his gemstone pieces. Hold out mine.
Didn't we get something like a letter from Pelorizo?
Oh, did we? Oh,
Did.
shit. Who took that?
Taylor
though?
made a letter.
I don't think I took that.
We can say someone had it. It's fine.
I will pass him the letter.
Okay, I totally forgot about that.
As you kind of hold it out, you see a scuttle of one of the guards next to you and grab it. Lord does not dare step away to grab it himself. Hands it over to the Lord. As he does, he unwraps it, begins to read it. Holds it to the side. Doesn't say anything. One of these scholarly little individuals, a halfling, beats the scuttle and grabs the scroll away. Shovels it towards the chair. See? The Duke is dead. How did he die? Does not explain in the scroll.
I'm gonna lean over to Kyler and maybe you should deflect by bringing up the cult things.
We discovered he was part of a cult, working for a man named Damodar.
You know this name.
Yes.
How do you know this name?
We found the name when we discovered he was part of this cult.
When Kane interrogated his head.
You interrogated his head. So this one has powers of the divine.
Lord, I don't want to waste your time with being dishonest. The Duke was part of a cult, the supporting Damodar, and we unfortunately had to take his life. I do have the power to speak with the dead, which you would surely know, as clerics or paladins sometimes can do, and we were able to confirm some of these information this way. But the Duke was a vile creature, supporting Damodar's efforts.
Honesty goes a long way with me. I appreciate it. I believe what you say. That is the case. Then our march south might leave us vulnerable. But the Duke is dead, and his forces, whatever was aligned to him, are gone.
They still hold the town. Pelorizo is running Iraq for the moment. He's doing a pretty good job. He had asked us to put a good word for you, and he did right by us. Takes care of his people.
Then I will send for him to be appointed. He will run the operation, and he will be declared the Duke now. I do want to say one thing. It seems rather strange for you all to come together and then to go down this path. How did you all find each other?
We were actually shipwrecked right outside of Herak, and Herak is the place we ended up.
See.
I found them a couple weeks later, making my own way to trade some goods at Herak, and fell in together. Good people, and we met this maestro here, as he said, just the other night.
Less than 24 hours ago. He's new.
Well. Traveling through the valley must have been hard.
It was.
Is there anything else?
Lord, if I may ask, you seem to have concern about Damodar, the name being dropped. Is it meaningful to you?
Points in front of himself at the runner. Kneel.
Like, to me, are you saying? Or?
Yes, to you.
I will go up and kneel.
Begins to step down from the stairs of where you kneel. Moving towards you, he extends his hand. Who do you praise? Who do you worship?
I think the gods flow in all of us, but I worship life and the giving of it, protecting of it.
That is a honorable cause. It is admirable. In my youth, I might have believed the same thing. Damodar has caused a disturbance unlike any other. A war broke out 8 years ago in the far south. It decimated the province of Uther, fragmented the land. Wizard's Keep was crumbled and brought to control. This individual seems to have command of not just one dragon, but multiple. He rides on the back of a great elder worm known as Erithune, spawn of Berithune. This dragon has destroyed many, burning across the wasteland. Damodar has much magic at his disposal. I have prayed to Pelor. I have reached out. There is something that Pelor is not telling me. There's something here that I'm not understanding. There's a dragon he has command in the north, in the mountains of the Frosthorn, known as Ithri. We have prepared any day that he will arrive and destroy the city.
He's dead.
Yes, we have already slain him.
You have slain him. You have
Yep.
destroyed the dragon, the spawn of Javarik, Ithrin.
I pull out the scales to prove it.
I pull out the egg.
Oh my god, you're still carrying the egg?
Why would I not carry an egg?
That thing is huge.
I know it's huge. It weighs a lot.
But you all are dragon slayers. Draws the great
Yes,
sword.
finally, somebody.
Kane, are you still kneeling?
He hasn't told me to get up, so
Draws the great sword. What is your name, Kane?
Kane.
What is your last name, family name?
No family name. Just
No
Kane.
family name, just Kane. Sir Kane, Dragon Slayer, I knight thee. In service of Lord Thalon Falor, you have done just. Sheathes the great sword. All of you, come, kneel.
I guess I'll go up. And and kneel, and I guess I'm like almost his size when I kneel.
Grabs the great sword. Sir Aika, Dragon Slayer, you have done a great service. Goes through all of you, if you so choose it, to kneel. Sheaths the great sword once more, down on the runner, below the steps. You have saved and spared the city. You have stopped a dragon in command of many forces that lurk within the mountains. And you have... You may have very well saved countless lives on the war front. You all will now be known as the Dragon Slayers.
Woo!
A
We
title
did
that
it.
carries much weight. Hereforth, we will count you as nobility in service of Falor, of course. That's what you choose. If not, that is fine.
Did he knight Timothy?
Did?
Yes.
Good.
Yes. Campaign
will-
over. We did it. That's
We will have a
Voting
celebration
now.
tonight. A banquet will be held in the dining hall. I will fetch for performances. Feast will be prepared. You are invited back. Bring your best attire. Come 6 p.m.
Lord, if you're looking for performers, Maestro in our group here is phenomenal, and CJ, one hell of a bard. I think together, between the two of them, they're the best performers in all of Athema.
That's a lot of pressure.
Well, let them speak for themselves. Are you truly the best performers in all of Othema?
I would not say that I am the best performer, but I know my art is not one easily replicated, seeing as I am the only practitioner of it.
Best we've seen so far.
Words of wisdom. And you, points to you, CJ.
Yes.
Pretty
Pretty good.
good.
Pretty, yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, good.
Pretty good.
He does. He holds his hand out towards you. Please make a charisma saving throw.
Oh god. Oh god. Nice.
20.
30-20.
Feels as if you are compelled to tell the truth. But you resist. Where are you from? Temeria? Athrena?
Not from Artheria.
See. I see. Well. 6 p.m. then. What?
Do you have any information about the Fae? You
Nothing.
know anyone? Yeah,
Nothing that would
any
help you.
Experts? All right. That's fair.
There is
So I'll
another
share. Yes, I'm from the Fae.
You're
Just
from the
visiting.
Fae.
Trying to get back, yes.
Are you from the Fae Wild?
I am. been a few years though. So
There is another dragon slayers, as there are more. There is a black dragon named Grugash. He imposes his undead army upon Fort Farron. My commander there, Remar Luna, who grows wary, soldiers in desperate plea. We have sent many that we can, and now we will send more. Now that Etherin has been slain, we have no need to station them here. We will march them to Fort Farron, and we will defend them. This undead army grows intelligent. There is a creature that leads them. A horse with eyes of fire and hide of black. It screams and shrieks in the night. Commands a mist or a fog that follows. Grugash does not make an appearance with this army. They hail from the marshes of Unveiling, a place that you can easily get lost within seconds. I only seek that. And I only tell you, points UCJ. There is history there with the Fae. Perhaps you may enlighten them once you're inside.
maybe. Well, thank you for the info. Black Dragon's undead Black Dragon sounds a little.
It's not undead. It's just a black dragon.
With
Fair
an
enough.
army of the undead.
Commands an
Right.
army.
Good clarification. Got it.
Our
Yeah.
reports, our scouts, they report upwards of near 800.
Sounds awesome.
They
Well,
roam, mindless until they are commanded, directed at the fort. There is a town, a village, named Norfolk, a small fishing outcropping along the Farron River just outside of the marshes. We have not heard word from anybody. We have sent
Uh-oh.
messengers there. They have not returned.
is this related to the Marshes of Unveiling? Is that what we're talking about?
It
or
is.
Somewhere else?
The marshes unveiling borders Norfolk to the west, just across a
Got it.
tributary that feeds the Farron River.
That pointer. How did you say that this dragon is threatening you? Threatening the town?
Grugash has not made an appearance. We see him flying above the marshes, and our reports suggest he's cunning, intelligent. We don't know where he resides. We don't know how he commands. Only that this creature seems humanoid on the back of this horse. My soldiers, they fear it. It draws courage right out of them. I have sent paladins to help, but even they falter. There is evil there. But I cannot spend too much time, as King Rildol Talthar has reached me personally 2 days ago. We are to send our forces to the south. My paladins and I. We will be marching. Do this, Dragon Slayers. Investigate this matter. Find Grugash. Secure the north. And I'll pay you much gold. I'll give you land. We can discuss this at dinner, at the banquet. I have other matters to attend to. There's people waiting. We've took much time. You need gold for your outfits, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This way.
We-
As he is shuffling of different people inside of the stone door towards the southwestern corner as it opens. You see this halfling carrying a large sack of gold. Throws it down upon your feet, Kane, Kyler. You'll find in here gold for your service as well as for your attire this evening. You are able to accompany a guest if you so choose to. We will go ahead and invite some royalty in the city, but we will keep it secluded, humble. I have other things to discuss with you. But now, I bid you do. Take them away. Some of the guard begin to motion, posture for you to leave.
Grab the bag and follow out.
All right.
Get this Balenciaga, boys.
Okay, out of character. I'm just like, I just joined. I got knighted immediately. Like, oh, sweet.
That's what you get when you roll with us.
I'm
First, I get a bag.
I'm forever with the party, baby.
Yeah. You hit nat 20s, finding a bag of holding and negotiating for 250 damn gold pieces. Get some new drip. I mean, it's
Knighthood.
yeah, you're coming out on top already. You could leave right now and it's all up.
I'd be sad. Just like,
yeah, you're already
thanks,
set.
You've literally spent less than 24
Yeah,
hours and you've
literally.
already profited by a lot.
Reaping a lot of rewards for not a lot of work.
So I put us back on the city map. So you're escorted out through the keep courtyard, through the entry chamber, into the garden. You pass by numerous people that have been waiting to seek court, and you are left outside of the door, and they lock and shut. Before you leave, a scroll, gilded in gold, is handed to you.
Ooh.
This will permit you entry into the banquet this evening.
Hell yeah.
You have guests that you can invite. We will expect you at 6, earlier if you so choose.
Sounds good.
All right. Other. My
shit.
bad. My bad. Is everyone okay?
That was
My-
really
Did anybody
dramatic.
hear that band just going by?
All
That
right.
was crazy.
Damn.
Is everyone all right? I had a misclick with the mouse and it jacked the volume super bad.
It was a dramatic moment in
All
the
right,
movie.
dramatic.
The music swells. We're like, we did it.
I went to change it and like the mouse like slipped down.
Just-
My bad. All right. Everyone got blasted. Is there any questions on what just
That's
happened?
right.
It was a lot. There was a lot to do there. There was a lot of information. So if there's any questions, we can go out of character for that for a
Was
little
there
bit.
any sign of a Magello?
Magello?
That's what I forgot to ask about.
I think we'd ask at dinner.
No!
A little bit more.
Yes,
than
okay.
Fair.
Good. Okay. I totally forgot. That's what I wanted. I had one question. I totally forgot what it was.
Yeah, we were going to talk about it, but I think we wanted to, maybe dinner sounded like a better, more intimate,
Thanks for
be a little
making
more
Magello
forthcoming.
up. Magello's real, baby. He's real.
Alright.
He made it.
I'm happy for Timothy. He's
Timothy.
really come a long way.
And you can go home wealthy and a sir,
He comes home nobility.
Maybe he can bring his family here.
Exactly. Move his family down here.
Get out
Yeah,
of
he's
Iraq.
gonna get. He said he'd give land, and that includes Timothy, right?
We do have to kill a dragon, though. Not that we can't.
Hey, we
You
did
already
it once.
you've done it once.
And
Repeat.
I've got haste this time for Kyler, so maybe we'll get it done in like
Ooh.
one round instead.
Ooh. Okay.
One
I'm sure
round
Michael's going to throw
three.
more of a fight at us this time because we killed the first one so easily. So
I really hope not. I think that was just lucky rolls. That was just lucky rolls, man.
Well, okay, I will say lucky rolls, but there is differences between, right? So you got information from the Lord just then that
Mhm.
this dragon is mischievous and cunning, just from the initial reports, whereas Ethrin seemed rather bold, right? In some
Cocky.
regards, cocky and irrational. Sometimes,
My
right?
master made me stronger. Oops.
there's a difference with how this is playing out, and I think that again, dinner, that's why it's been proposed, and I think that just questions on the initial information before we get into dinner, if anybody has anything. But that's kind of why he's inviting you all back. It's not just for dinner to get you questions, but it's also because he has to make documents of nobility. So he's going to be drawing out things to hand you all for
A
nobility.
formal ass occasion, boys.
And it's nobility in the sense that he's knighting you and that you are becoming aligned or lieged to Falor. That's the kind of the idea behind it. That's why the promise of land is there. So
Was everyone knighted or just people that stepped forward? I don't think I reacted.
anybody that stepped forward, retcon, I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. I don't want to impose anything upon any player, right? If they don't choose to do that, if they
Yeah.
don't want that, they don't have to, right? That's your call.
Kind of depends maybe
Okay,
on what the
so-
paperwork says later. I don't,
Yeah,
I
Okay.
don't know if I want to liege right now, but
yeah, like it like
There's-
tentatively took the knighthood, but depending on the requirements to have that knighthood.
Go ahead.
You
And,
have a 3-year
No,
contract,
that's,
2-year opt out.
no, we can go ahead. Go ahead and roll religion.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, second.
So you can
Religion.
learn about some of the paladin knighthood mechanics.
Religion.
probably also could have just asked, but
That's a
Damn.
fantastic roll,
Damn.
19. That's pretty great. So spending some time in the city, right? You get to have some ideas of and again, culture and just in the Talthar realm, right? So Balder and Othema, you get the idea that Lord Thalon Falor is a powerful individual, is someone that would rival the king himself in power. And so the paladins that are aligned to him are just knighted out of nobility, right? They're just noble birth. He has the power to create anybody a noble that he chooses to. And from that, his magistrates, his emissaries, so his delegation, he can write the documents of nobility, hand it to you. In service, it's not that you're becoming a paladin, right? It's just that you, if he calls upon, you will be there to aid him. That is the idea. Not that you are going to march south, that he coined it, right? Because that was what the orders from the Talthar. He's not going to tell you to march south, but it's that if he calls you to protect the keep, the city, he will expect it. That is the arrangement that has been made. So that from your religion check you were able to discern. So maybe from that, maybe retconning a little bit, you could decide to kneel or not.
No, I'll be okay with that. It's like I don't have a particular attachment to anywhere as at least the Maestro, and this way I'm knight of a whole different land. So
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, you are escorted outside of the inner walls there of the keep, obviously with a very crazy experience heading in there. And now outside you are having a little bit maybe of a euphoria. One of the things that the reason why the gold was provided was not just of your service that you've done, but also to build your attire up. So the idea is to make yourself, get regal clothing, things that you would need for this dinner that's going to
We're getting dripped up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Both going with that all black Balenciaga.
Not to be offensive, right? He wasn't trying to be offensive and say that you all were, kind of drab and, whatever. But he
yeah, but nobles dress a whole different way.
I know how we look.
got the vibe a little bit that he was like, hey, spiff it up.
I dress like a college professor, but my
It's-
clothes are probably messed up.
It's a damn lord, and he's hosting a event for
Gala.
us. So yeah, we gotta drip up.
Nah, I'm like I dressed as an entertainer, which I could blend into like noble society, but I was
I
still
think, yeah.
stand out. But yeah,
Get even more entertaining clothes. Maybe get a hat.
well, the whole thing is to be bright, draw attention to
Yeah.
myself, my art. So yeah, I dress to be seen.
To the tailor.
To a tailor.
Yes.
Yeah,
Nice.
Ika
I agreed on something. Yes, let's go.
Ika's like probably more hyped up than you've seen him the entire time.
Every suggestion we make, I don't want to.
Get
new clothes.
yeah,
Let's
yeah,
go.
Yeah,
yeah,
new
he's
clothes.
ready.
Oh.
All right, so
Cool.
you go to find a tailor. So you go into the merchant district because that's obviously the first thing. And again, you've taken the time already to look right at the shops and things. And there was a particular trader that was referred to as Stifling Tailoring. This, as far as tailoring shop, it is a higher class tailoring shop that seemed to have servants walking in and out with different article of clothing that was repaired or mended or made specifically for certain things. And so when you go off of your memory, when you made your way into the district, you're like, that is particularly the place that we need to go to with this coin. Now, looking through the coin, how much is in there? It equates out to 1,200 gold pieces is how much he gave you, just in service and clothes. Just an FYI.
So 1,200 total, right?
1,200 total, right? So you have
Everybody's
to imagine
200.
Timothy. So there's 7 individuals.
Sorry for about
Gotta count Timothy.
Timothy's
count
already on
Timothy.
salary. He's fine.
He's on salary.
Everybody gets 200.
Everyone gets what, 200?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Timothy gets a salary. He's fine. He doesn't need any extra pay.
I already gave him like 100 gold or
This
whatever.
guy's made more money in like 2 weeks with us than he's ever made in his life.
True.
Yeah, very dramatic change of pace. So this
I dropped
structure,
a whole stack on him.
again, we can shortcut it. This structure it is a 2-story structure, but and it is obviously it's very well built. I think that again, brief description. And then coming in there, you have different balcony windows, things that are demonstrating different mannequins, things of what they're making. You kind of stride in upwards, right? Elevation, because you have a foundation given the snow. You come in through the double wooden doors, and inside is just a beautiful, almost art museum-esque kind of display, right? So you have mannequins and other things that are just draped, and they're just kind of showcasing maybe the season or the flair of what is being produced. There is no check stand or counter. There's a staircase, a spiraling staircase that kind of leads up to a second floor where you imagine that most of the work is done. Now, when you're inside of this kind of room or this chamber, there is a particular halfling that comes down. It appears to be a female named Bilria Stifling. She has this kind of auburn, almost cherry hair that is put into twin braids that dingle down to the collarbone, and then is wearing a beautiful, regal maroon and purple dress that has a sash that comes over the center, kind of tightening it down, and then cuffs of silk that come up to the neck. As she comes down, she has different kind of tools around the wrists as well as the sash that are kind of draped around for measuring. Looks towards you. Hello! How are all of you? I see you have entered into Stifling Tailoring. My name is Bilria. I'm here at your service. I will make anything that you need. Of course, if there's anything you would like off these mannequins, they're all in style this time of year.
Might need something custom made because half of us are really big.
Yes, it's been a while since I've gotten anything custom made.
Of course, for you, walks over to Dieka. Let me get your measurements real quick. Takes it out and begins to move the measurement. And as you see, there's magic here, arcane, mage hand, as there are certain things that this particular halfling is casting to accommodate their small stature compared to yours to get the proper measurements of your body. Cast it down. Yes, no problem. I'll have it made. When, of course, what is the occasion? What are we doing? When do we need it?
Tonight.
Tonight?
Yes,
My-
Lord Taylor has invited us to a dinner.
Yes.
By 6 p.m. this evening, we requested that we get properly outfitted for the occasion.
Of course. I have many that have attended this dining. Certain paladins, regal figures. I will do what I can to make it happen. 6 p.m. I will have it prepared by 5 p.m. Where are you staying?
The Stormy Inn.
Stormy Inn, Strella. I will have it delivered there. I will have a name. What is your name of the cohort you're with?
Put under Timothy, right, Kane?
Well, I think we've just been knighted the Dragon Slayers, so I believe that should be the name. we should
Dragon
operate.
Slayers. I will write it in as Dragon Slayers. Price 7 individuals by 5 p.m. Measurements, of course. We will get those underway. And I will get the preparations. Is there any particular arrangements or anything that anybody's looking for as far as the attire goes?
No dresses
No dress.
for me.
For you. I see.
Something
Trust in-
that's suitable for outside.
It is not typical of your, I believe. It is fine. I have been across the continent as well as to Temeria. I will make sure that this is accustomed to you. Anything else?
A set of elegant white robes that fit over my breastplate.
Custom your armor. Of course, I will make sure in the measurements to make an account of that. Anything else?
Would you happen to know a cobbler that could work with me?
A cobbler. Are you looking for shoes for these paws?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes, I am.
Well, I'll get your measurements, I think, and I can always try to fetch for one. I don't know if I can get shoes prepared by 5, but I'll try. Are you looking for a particular style?
Anything at this point, honestly.
Hmm.
But if
My
you can
paws are
find
killing
anyone
me.
willing to make something that it's fine. It's not too big of a deal.
Of course. I will try to do what I can, and I will do what I must. Again, Lord Thalon Falor has commanded. I will do and be of service as best as I can. Now, mentions to you, Maestro, this thing, does this thing need to have some sort of outfit?
Ishtar, yes. Yes, I would enjoy it greatly if you were to make something for her.
Hmm.
I know she's a bit rough around the edges right now, but she's still in her prototype stage. We have much work to do before she's properly outfitted to my vision.
I suppose that we can make her something very special. I will do what I can. Cost-wise, for the 7 lot of you, and a rush job, I, in my business, I imagine the Falor has given you coin. I will not be dancing around it. How much did he provide for you?
Well,
How-
punted overall.
800.
8? You gonna say 800?
800?
You know,
800 gold pieces, I see. Well, it seems that he undervalues my service. I might have to have a conversation with him.
Not at all,
And-
man. How much do you need for all this work?
Well, for a rush job like this, and for as many as you, this would be right around 1,500 gold pieces.
I will cover it myself.
I
No problem.
appreciate that. What is your name?
Tony.
Tony. Thousands blessings of Paolor upon you, Tony. I will make sure that this is made, and I will bring it to the Stormy Inn by 5. Is there anything else?
Are there any cool
Can I
like,
request-
capes?
I pay her in advance. So.
In advance. Okay. What was I got 2 different things from Kyler and Maestro.
Kyler can go first.
Okay.
I was just asking if there's any cool capes. I'm just gonna put a cape on my armor.
You're looking for a cape.
Yeah, anything really regal or cool looking.
Approaches a mannequin off in one of the corners and pulls it off. This was, I believe, adorned. Fits you. But is it right? I'm not sure. I'll have to make alterations to it. I
Mm-hmm.
believe, for your measurements. It is a striking red with some sort of
Ooh.
symbol of a. Imagine not a sickle, but there is a kind of a hammer in the shape of the sickle. It's hard to describe. And it's kind of cresting down, and then at the tip of it, it's kind of like scattered and dotted. It's red, so it's kind of blood red, in almost a typical fashion of a Roman legionnaire color and a style to it. It's supposed to be draped over the actual shoulder, linked into the chest. As she begins to explain it, the history of this particular cape and how she's gotten it, she's going to replicate it. So she's not going to give it to you. This is the original. This was a actual particular paladin that is from a prestigious royal family that resides in Baldur that actually lives within the People's Palace and died on the warfront. And that is how she got the cape.
Oh, you mother!
That's exactly what I was thinking the whole time. Just like,
She cannot replicate, obviously, the symbol. That is a family sigil. That is
Yeah,
something
that's-
unique. But the coloration and the style of it is something that she believes that you should be wearing.
if I gave her 200 gold pieces, could you do a dragon on it?
Of course, I will do a dragon.
There we go.
White dragon.
Yeah,
Sounds
white
good.
dragon.
All right, we have orders placed.
There we go.
I would like to do something too. I would like to order a new mask, something more, well, bold for the event, striking. And I would love for the outfit you make to me be similar in color and tone as to what you are wearing currently. It strikes my eye, it appeals to me very much. Though I am very much more fan of the purple than the maroon itself.
I see. I suppose I can come up with something here that will fit you. Obviously, I have done some different masquerade balls that have happened within the keep. They haven't happened regularly. Not something that happens quite often around here. But I can go ahead and make something that matches this attire, your mask, anyways.
Yes. One particular detail. Do make something that accentuates the eyes.
I see. All right. It'll be done.
Thank you.
Nice.
No problem.
Rox, just seeing everybody place their orders, just kind of looks around and shrugs and is like, I just want something that's comfortable, okay?
Looks at you topping down for rocks. Of course. Comfortable. Yes. All right. So, as we place our orders with the tailor here, Billuria Stifling, you all place them and again hand over the coin cane for payment up front, and they will be delivered to the Stormy Inn by 5 p.m.
Nice.
Is there anything anybody would like to do? Obviously, we are nearing the end of the session. We've spent some time shopping and now tailoring and speaking to the Lord. It's been a heavy RP session, which is fantastic. I'm sure you all have had tons of fun.
I got a cape now.
Get a cape. Is there anything anybody would like to do before we close out the session?
I think
Might spend some of the day, if we have time to kill, trying to find out more about the nobility, how they're treated here, how they're happy, if they're happy,
Okay.
that sort of thing. But that would just be kind of wandering around and
Sure.
maybe talking at find a better part of town and drink at their pub.
Go see this damn tree, I guess.
Right.
This is stupid ass tree everyone's excited about.
Go see
Like,
the sun tree.
Going to Paris, and not seeing the Eiffel Tower or something.
Okay.
Gotta stay in the tree. Notre Dame, that's what it is.
Okay.
We're, taking, we're sightseeing.
Sightseeing.
Oh.
So we got that, and then anybody else?
I mean, my character having all this other stuff taken care of would just kind of be looking for enhancements for Ishtar to work on her.
Can I try and learn locate object?
Go ahead and roll the Tome of Beholder. Roll it out, Ica.
The Book of Once.
Hey, it's there!
Hey!
It's there,
Finally,
Ica!
the-
You
finally
found
got
it!
something. The second spell out of what, like 7 attempts
Something
now?
like that.
That was rough. That was rough. So Maestro, you're looking for obviously enhancement for your particular individual. I think for that, because it is a homebrew class, I'm not going to try to make it so it's availability and whatnot. I think that when you have the coin, we can say that you're able to find somebody for it.
Oh, okay.
If that's what you would like to do, because I don't want to try to force any sort of availability as far as finding someone that can do that kind of work to it.
Well,
given
I
that-
would probably be doing the work because I
Yes.
have the proficiency to do it.
Okay.
It would be more of I need to find and acquire the materials to do it.
Okay. I think then in that case, then yeah, definitely. That.
I have all the tools
Yeah.
to do everything. Smith's tools, tinker's tools, weaver tools, carpenter tools, and
Yeah.
leatherworker tools. I'm
Good
set. I'm proficient in all of them. I can make things. I just need the materials.
Okay. So I think in that case, you're able to find the materials at the cost of that table that was in the homebrew class. I think that's totally fine. And then as far as like time frame, I think that you're able to make that happen by the 5 p.m. or whatever it comes about, if that's what you're intending to do.
Yeah.
So we'll come to CJ. So CJ, so you're investigating, you're looking around, trying to see if the nobility is happy here. They are happy. But there's a drawback that you're finding. So the war to the far south in Athrena, many of these people have been, for lack of a better word, drafted. And so this order from King Dorel Telthar is kind of the last thing of you now need to come. And you need to bring your most elite, your most trusted people with you. Everyone clear the city and come to the south. We need you. That is what you're getting. That's the desperation. It's the rumors, the gossip, right? I wonder if he's ever going to return home. I wonder if she's going to ever return home, right? Or they's going to. That's what you're getting, is that people are just
Are they already
discussing.
gone? Or is
No.
the town gathered?
So some of the people have gone, right? So some of the almost, if you imagine on the nobility, if there's like a scale, right? You can, if you imagine that there are people that are lesser, right? They're not
Lower upper class.
they're lower upper class, even the nobility, right? And so they maybe are not as trained as a paladin, or maybe they're not like officially in line with Falor. They've just kind of moved here, or maybe they're just a soldier and they're noble, right? They're just a noble soldier. They have already been drafted. And so it's the families that you're hearing from and the gossip of the streets. So that's something of note to you. And so even though it's polarized, that you see the estates and the different things that have been crafted here in the city pushing into more of the common areas, they themselves haven't been drafted. So there's populations and numerous of common folk and traders and merchants and things up here, but just not a lot of the people residing within the manors.
One more nobility question. The better higher end nobles, they're landed. They have property outside of town.
Yes. So property. So that's an interesting question. So property, and how does it work with nobles? So Falor obviously occupies and controls the Frost Horn, and then he actually controls the Fort Farron and what encompasses the marshes and Veiling. So if you imagine, if you draw from the world map, there is a particular area. I'm going to go ahead and draw it with my pencil here. So everything to the north of that is Lord Thalen Falor's. Not just, I mean, obviously it's the king's, right? But that's what he presides over. That is his authority to declare. And so nobles that reside here, given that it is the Sun Tree, it is a kind of a thing of great importance to the people who worship Pelor. Property here, especially being noble, is significantly expensive, right? To reside and buy a manor here. These are second homes. They are not primary homes.
Is it rare property or is it productive property? Because I still think of this kind of a frozen wasteland, but
exactly,
maybe it's not.
No, that's very true. It's not productive at all. They just have it here so that way they can come up here and they can see the Sun Tree. They have a place to stay.
Okay. Cool. Very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and end. I actually have a map for the Sun Tree Cathedral. So you can see it. We'll go ahead and end the session on that. I'll put you in it real quick and then I'll activate it so you can see what it looks like.
Guess we'll go see the dumbass tree. Oh, neat.
All right. So I will give a description or whatnot. I'll just let you look at it. Obviously, we're at 11:04. of the Suntree Cathedral, so you have an idea of it.
There it is.
There it is.
No leaves. Is this a dead tree?
What's that?
Is it a dead tree?
It's not a
Just-
dead tree. It's alive. Yeah.
Alright.
I'll get into
Sweet.
descriptions and what it looks like and all that in the next session. So
Okay.
just let you look at it, right? So you have an idea. Obviously, that's kind of where we're headed after the Taylor, right? Let's go see it. Let's go take a look and talk to people.
Yeah. Sightseeing.
Exactly.
Alright,
So-
my puppet is stronger now.
Hope everyone had fun.
Oh,
Definitely did.
Yeah.
good to meet the maestro.
Yay, shopping. Eating.
The maestro immediately gets knighted just by proxy
Alright,
and money. He says like, oh, well, this has gone better than, all my time spent in this land. In literally 24 hours.
we're just making people's lives better. First, Timothy, not yours. Even though Timothy didn't want it, but he needed it. And we have to give him what he needs.
Yeah.
Oh, Timothy. He's going to die a horrible death. I already know it.
Poor Timothy.
Michael's planning it. Like, these
I'm
dumbasses
playing-
keep wanting to hang out with an NPC, so
We'll just keep bringing them back.
planning
more we-
the death of Timothy.
I think the more we do that, the more brutal it's going to be. That's the thing. Like,
Disintegrate. You can't bring him back.
True resurrection.
Resurrection.
true resurrection. We just carry him around in a jar. Like, just
Reincarnate him.
behold Timothy.
All right. So we had good net 20s. We had some good skill checks. Obviously, Kane, you going invisible there, investigating. That was some great experience there added to the party. So
Sweet.
I calculated out to given roleplay experience at 1,650 experience each. Given the statistics of the roles as well as opportunities that you all are taking, and again, just navigating the session and getting through quite a bit of stuff as far as different things. So you're going to add that to your character sheets, and then I'm going to go ahead and close out the stream. If you are watching, thank you so much. It's been a blast. Hopefully you stayed and watched all of it. We will see you next week. All right. Bye.
Bye, stream.
Bye, stream.